Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Phil Cook, and I'm the Kitsap County Assessor. And today we are here for the 2025 lodging tax funds distribution. So we are the 2025 Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. We're going to hear a total of 24 presentations, 24 applicants that are asking for funds, with a total disbursement this year of about $1.3 million to give out on asks of a little over $4.1 million in asks. So some upfronts for you. We're going to be hearing hearings all day today and tomorrow. And then at the conclusion of the hearings tomorrow, we will move into deliberations. Hopefully we will complete that by the end of tomorrow, but depending on time permitting. All sessions will be recorded. All sessions are open to the public. However, those not interviewing will be on mute. Commentary will be allowed at the end of the last session of the day before deliberations. Deliberations are also open to the public, but there will be no commentary during that time. Each applicant will have a total of 10 minutes to present their application, and we have a clock that will be right there. So you'll know your countdown time, and then after that, you'll take 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes of questions from the panel. No additional material will be allowed to be presented by the applicants during their presentation. It should have all been submitted ahead of time. We will announce to each applicant when they have reached their 5-minute mark, and again, when their 10 minutes are up. And we ask your assistance in being mindful of the time to keep in line with a tight schedule. So the recommendations made by the board members will require approval by the County Board of Commissioners before they are posted, and we anticipate that this will be done sometime by late November. At least we're hopeful that it will be. Okay, and that's really what we have there. And first up today on our presentation is going to be Visit Kitsap Peninsula, and you're going to have 10 minutes to present, and then up to 10 minutes for questions. Are you all ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, I am Algernon Spermer, the Executive Director for Visit Kitsap.
And I'm Christine Whitney, the Director of Business Development and Sales.
Before diving into the application that we put together, I wanted to share some wins that we're really proud of from this year. So one of the big ones is we have a new website. It's phase 1 of phase 3. We're so excited that it has a fresh, clean look. It's easier to navigate, and we'll make it a better experience for new visitors as they're planning their trips. We have a brand refresh. We really wanted to emphasize that we are surrounded by our water trails, which is why our new logo is blue, and we have other complementary colors that go with it. And we also wanted people to remember that they are visiting the peninsula, and so we have a clear, bold logo for that. And then also we wanted to represent all the different towns that are in our community. So we have symbols or icons and our town represented in each of those. The other part is we have new photos, a new brand video, and we've also expanded our board. So, that way as things move and flow, we have fresh perspectives on what needs to happen in terms of tourism on the peninsula. We've also been featured the whole peninsula in county on travel and leisure. And then we've hosted about 10 FAM trips, familiarization trips, and I've already talked about and enhanced our relationships over the past year. And we've also hosted quarterly hospitality hours that included not just our hotel partners, but also the chambers. And we've also done some great collaborations and are still in the middle of one with the Greater Kitsap Chamber and promoting Bremerton. So those are some of the ones that I really wanted to highlight from the past year. Going into the operations part of things, we have requested enough funding to be able to staff at least 3 full-time employees. That still includes Christine and me. Christine is the Director of Business Development, and then we want to be able to hire a marketing manager to take that load off of my plate, so then that way I can focus on operations and other things for the organization, and also have at least a part-time office admin or bookkeeper. I'll let Christine go into some of the other operational.
Yes, I would like to speak to the needed CRM system for Visit Kitsap. DKP currently does not have an organizational customer relationship management system or CRM that can be accessed by all employees to retrieve and maintain important community partner contacts, vendor contacts, marketing, and group sales contacts. Overall, the organization and structure that a tourism or DMO, as we are, a destination marketing organization, specific CRM system provides. What that provides will help BKP be sufficiently organized with our business contacts and assist with project and group business, follow-up, lead generation, reporting needs. We consider the subscription purchase of the CRM system a vital upgrade for BKP as we move forward as a growing organization.
And following CRM, data is so important. So we want to make sure that we can maintain our research and data access. So that's STR, so travel research, that tells us how hotels are doing with occupancy rate and the revenue that they're bringing in. AirDNA does the same thing, but for vacation rentals. And then Datafy. So we don't just use that for letting us know how many people and visitors are coming in, how long they're staying, but we can also use that as a tool for advertising too, and really hyper geo-target those people that have interest in coming to the Peninsula. In terms of marketing, we, for the marketing budget, we really just put together a marketing budget that has like a, what does marketing our Peninsula look like with no limits? And so we put that together and we put different examples of who we could work with, the different channels that we can advertise on. We also want to be able to capture different photos throughout the different seasons, because while we did a good job of getting photos from this year, we need photos from different seasons and actually have people in them too. We have a lot of beautiful scenery photos in there. We also would like to be able to have videos. That way we can advertise them on different TV channels, YouTube, Hulu, streaming, and everything. Going into, and then be able to do a brand refresh for the Kitsap Peninsula water trails. I think the integrated visitor relocation guide is pretty self-explanatory. We make sure to distribute that to our local chambers and other visitor centers across the nation. And then being able to have that marketing manager work on PR outreach is going to be essential for that too. The other part I wanted to be able to make sure we touch on is phase 2 of the website. So what we've done is like we've had to rebuild the website, but now for phase 2, we want to make sure that we can have integrated maps. And one tool and app that we would like to make sure we can use is Wander Maps. It's an app for the travelers, but then we can easily integrate it instead of having to create our own app. So then that way it's just easier for people that are coming to visit to adopt. And also be able to build a landing page, the starter of it for World Cup 2026. And we won't be able to know what the translation is until later next year, but we can at least start the landing page of the English version. And then also be able to update our Kitsap Peninsula water trails, which is a big driver of tourism to our county. So then that way, again, people know access points of where to go for the water trails, because 90% of the shoreline is actually private, I believe. Other things to highlight. Oh, sorry, Christine.
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about my role at Visit Kitsap. For almost 2 years, Kitsap County has supported my role at BKP with a second employee in the role of business development and sales. This role has included ground-up development of this new department for BKP that includes me working closely with Kitsap County hotels, meeting space, the conference center in Bremerton, and all of our hospitality and tourism partners to help create additional group business opportunities here on the peninsula. I also provide support and resources for both hospitality partners and clients. We know more booked hotel rooms is more LTAC revenue collected. As part of sourcing new group sales opportunities, outreach, and marketing efforts to meeting planners, it is a vital piece of this work. I would like to draw your attention to three of the BKP proposal business development and sales budget items that will help support this work. and our new, and I'm happy to answer questions about those. So let's see. So I just wanted to touch on the new sales conferences. So I'm looking to go to 2 additional sales business sales conferences. One's called Connect Pacific Northwest, an event show, and the other is a small meetings market conference. These are larger national conferences or large regional conferences that will put me in touch with meeting planners directly, doing kind of one-on-one appointments. The next is sponsorship for group business. This will help BKP be more competitive with conferences and meetings in the marketplace by offering sponsorship dollars to incentivize or assist groups that are coming in as I work on those leads and those contracts. Operational sales systems and reporting, new data systems. We're looking at implementing the Destination International or DI economic impact calculator. Destination International is kind of our umbrella organization. Yeah, it's an organization that supports DMOs, and it's an association, and they've got this this economic impact calculator that will help with giving us a platform to report on economic impact that each group or different groups come in and what that looks like for each group. And so that will help really kind of put out what that total economic impact is for overall for what we're bringing into.
How much money they're spending, where they're spending it.
Yeah. So that's all.
So thank you so much for listening and for your time. Thank you for your questions.
Switch sides. Wow. I figured this out again. Sorry.
Okay. I just have a couple of questions for you. So you mentioned earlier that you have new board, or you expanded the board from how many positions to how many positions?
8 to 13.
8 to 13.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're looking at getting a new CRM system. What are you looking at for that solution?
The top one that we're looking at is Simple View, but we are also looking at other options that aren't quite as robust as Simple View from a price.
It's the most
standpoint.
used one amongst DMOs.
Right. And curiosity question, the Brand USA marketing, is that a new initiative?
No, that's been around for I don't know how long. Yeah.
I remember from prior years.
We did one this year to promote Canada visitors.
And does that go like specifically to British Columbia or how far does that extend out?
With our budget, they probably pinpointed it to British Columbia, but it does go all across the country.
Okay. I like that. Anybody else?
We're not through.
Over that time. Your application was.
Okay. Other questions?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So we have 15 minutes until the next. Unless they're here, correct.
You know, the Dave was here with the chamber.
You know, I saw him walk into the other building, but he couldn't on the.
I can run downstairs.
Yeah, I was talking to him. It's already wrapped. So of course, once it's wrapped and approved by legal.
But of course, I heard he was tied up, so it was. So, question on the valuations then? So do we fill those out for each one then? Or
Yes. How you rank them. And that's, sometimes that can change, right, depending on when the team does it in deliberation, but.
And just a reminder, all the notes are considered public record and get collected as the evidence, so.
He's on his way.
Which is never a bad thing. So if you're good with it. You're good to jump right in. We're recording still, right?
Yeah, we are.
Well, I know, you've heard.
Yes.
Oh, you did? Yeah, 10 minutes, the turn's red, you watched it happen, so.
Yes, I did. I did.
So let me get to the timer part and. You ready?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're.
Okay.
Well, welcome Greater Kitsap Chamber. So these are our second presentation of 24th this week, for today and tomorrow. We had asks of a little over $4.1 million on lodging tax disbursement of a little over $1.3 million. So quite a bit of asks. So now you're up for 2025 and look forward to hearing your presentation. Take it away.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Irene Moyer. I'm the Vice President over at the Greater Kitsap Chamber and Visitor Center.
And I'm David Emmons. I'm the President and CEO of the Greater Kitsap Chamber.
And thank you so much for hearing us today. And I'm just going to jump right into it. So you've got our application in front of you. And as you can see, our lodging tax application this year really focuses on 3 areas. And that includes our tourism marketing, as well as marketing for special events, festivals that attract tourists. And then finally, the operation of our visitor centers, of which we have 2 here in Kitsap County, one in downtown Bremerton, and then our main location in central Kitsap at the Kitsap Mall. Next to me, please come see us. So just to kind of hit the high points of our application, and then of course, if you have any questions as we wrap up, excuse me. In terms of our tourism marketing, we'll be continuing with the work that we've been engaged in over the last several years at the Chamber and Visitor Center, including advertising in different areas outside of Kitsap for those coming to visit here. We have advertised in the Washington State Visitors Guide for the last couple of years. We've had full-page ads there. You see the readership and everything in our application, but we are hoping to do that again in 2025. One thing that we are really proud of this year is the partnerships that we have been making. And we've worked a lot with Visit Kitsap Peninsula. And because of the information that they currently are able to glean from the tourism industry via Datafy, we are better able to see where our guests are coming from. And so our 2025 marketing will be targeted more towards those areas. One of the surprises for us in some of the work that we're doing this year is how many visitors we have coming to us from Portland. And so looking at some of the marketing opportunities we have there. We do also plan to apply for the Seaport Advertising Program with SeaTac International Airport. We've advertised there for the last 2 years. The first year in Q3, this year in Q4. So our ad just went up at the beginning of this month. So if any of you are traveling through SeaTac, please take a selfie with that ad. There is a picture of it in our application. And we're really proud of that one in particular because we were able to partner with different groups across Kitsap County to really enhance that work. The main feature, of course, is Krampus for the Krampus Knock event in downtown Bremerton in December. But we are also able to work with the Historic Downtown Poulsbo Association because Poulsbo does the holidays really well. And we wanted to get artwork to include in our advertisement from other parts of the county. So we included artwork from them, as well as from the Kingston lights that they do at the port there. So I'm able to work with the Greater Kingston Community Chamber to get artwork to include in that ad there. So we're looking to continue that in 2025. We also will continue producing our So Much to Explore on Greater Kitsap map, which includes street maps of Bremerton and Silverdale. It is our most asked for piece. We include that in all of our mailings. It's part of our certified folder contract to be out in hotels from here down to Olympia, as well as in the ferry terminals and on the boats. So we will continue with that. And one thing that we did not plan for in 2024, but we certainly embraced, was partnering with BKP on the Go Washington program and essentially acting as their fulfillment arm. So when requests have come into BKP for information for folks wanting to visit Kitsap County, they send those lists over to us and we take care of the mailing of all of those materials. So we're planning for 2025 actually to have some postage in that budget. Moving on to the marketing and operations, or excuse me, marketing operations of special events that attract tourists. We, of course, are responsible for the Armed Forces Day Festival here in Kitsap County. So that will be a big priority for us. But we do hope to return. We didn't do as much this year as we have in previous years, but we do hope to return to supporting more of the other organizations that maybe need some lift with their marketing. We did do a few this year, including the Bremerton Air Show, which is probably our biggest lift. They had asked us for marketing support. So we helped them in advertising, producing rack cards, and a lot of the, thank you, a lot of the outreach for that event. And it did turn out to be pretty successful with, I believe, over 9,000 tickets sold for that 2-day event. We do plan to continue with our Silverdale at Sunset concert series, which is located at the waterfront in Silverdale. And again, in partnership with BKP, we have engaged in putting together a photo library for future marketing opportunities, and plan to continue with that with a focus on events in the coming year. So we have the artwork we need for future promotion. And then finally, probably the most important for us is the operations of our visitor centers. Our downtown Bremerton location is partially supported by the city of Bremerton through their lodging tax, but we do of course have our main visitor center in Silverdale. And so support from the lodging tax committee would look like assistance with rent, salaries, utilities, all the things that we need to operate the visitor center and the work that we do there. We're extremely proud of the partnerships that we have continued and enforced in 2024 and look forward to doing that in 2025. Not just with Visit Kitsap Peninsula, but other chambers across the county, as well as other organizations that are in need of that extra lift that the Kitsap Chamber simply because of our size and sort of reach in our region, is able to provide some of those smaller organizations. And I think with that, I'm going to give you back a little bit of time to unless David has anything to add.
Great job.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Kelly, I'll start with you.
I just have a question. I mean, this is my first, I've only been here about a couple of years now, and I was just curious. So you have the Silverton pop-up ferry.
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
Okay, we'll tell you about that.
So in 2023, we partnered with a couple of private businesses really here in Kitsap to bring a pop-up ferry to enhance the Blackberry Festival. And so we actually rented a ferry, the Carlisle 2 from Kitsap Transit for the weekend of Blackberry Festival. And we actually shuttled visitors to and from Silverdale and Bremerton for that event. So we did a whole lot of marketing on the front end as, you know, this is a new way to kind of experience this event. But more so, we were really looking at, you know, what was the long-term viability? What was the interest in having a ferry between those two communities? And I don't think we were surprised, those of us who had sat and planned it, of just how much interest there was in that. But I think what really surprised us was that we had people coming from outside of Kitsap County simply to do that ferry route. Really had nothing to do with the Blackberry Festival. That was just kind of an added bonus to attend that. But they wanted to experience that ride on a Mosquito Fleet ferry. You know, because unless you have a boat of your own or you're really ambitious with your kayaking, you're not really getting on that pathway, right, between Silverdale and Bremerton. And so we weren't able to do it this year. The boat was not available for us that particular weekend, but we are hoping to add that as just sort of an extra little oomph to programs and events that attract tourists as something very unique and kind of niche for our area, that we are opening up, you know, the waterways for that travel experience for visitors.
I have a question on your budget request. You showed that the revenue source is the concert, the Sunset Concerts. Do you have any other revenue sources towards this budget request?
We do, in a sense. Yes, the Silverdale Sunset Series, we sell sponsorship for that, and that goes right back into the program. In terms of our tourism programs, really they are sustained by various lodging tax support. We are the Chamber and Visitor Center, but our chamber dollars need to stay with chamber functions versus our tourism dollars need to stay with tourism functions. So there is not often any crossover. When there are opportunities under kind of that tourism umbrella, that might very well be beneficial for business members and things like that. There might be a little bit of, you know, able to use one budget over another, but primarily our tourism hat stays firmly in that tourism realm. So
now with this pop-up ferry that you were talking about, has the Blackberry Festival offered to help those expenses also?
Not to date, no. When we first put it together, it really kind of came together within about a 2 to 3 month period right before the event, because we had these private donors come in and say, we can, you know, put this money towards that. So it really kind of all happened after all of the Blackberry Festival planning had taken place. We did bring in Sunny Saunders and let her know that this was happening. Are you okay with this? Because this obviously is going to impact your festival. Upon completion of that event in 2023, we made sure to reach out to her again to say we had hoped to do it in 2024. It all was dependent on funding and can we work with you better on this so that maybe she could use it in her marketing that this was happening, and also to help her better prepare because of greater numbers of people coming. And she was definitely open to that. Unfortunately, we weren't able to pull off that funding for 24. So hopefully in 25 we can.
Sorry.
For the total 426 request, is any portion of that part of your Bremerton tax application?
Yes, and I'll let you speak to that,
All right.
David.
So how we did it, if it's, so for example, the American Cruise Line promotional program,
Mhm.
you'll see half Bremerton. So that's 5,000 out of the Silverdale and 5,000 out of, we've asked 5,000 for Bremerton. So when you see those those half programs, that is how we did the budget. So yes.
And generally speaking, things that will directly impact Bremerton, we absolutely are asking for from
Yeah.
the city of Bremerton.
Yeah, because we don't cross pollinate it.
Yeah, and that process is still in process. It hasn't happened yet, so.
Thanks. Last year we were. Okay.
Thank you all very
Thank you
much
so
for your
much.
time.
Thank you.
I will. Yeah. correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are low and you haven't been out too much because when it's what's down there.
So for, yeah, there had been some talk about doing something that we have to like. Yeah, so that's about to, we have our.
I wonder what.
Sounds like.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Sounds like.
So after Admiral Theatre, we do have a break scheduled. Depending on how you want to do this, I mean, I don't know. We could ask if anybody is there who might be next in line to push themselves up so we can try to shorten the day. That's up to you all. That's something you can decide on. Chances are we may not be here either. Okay. Yeah. Admiral Theatre is here. Oh, good. Okay. You want to ask them if they want to go early? Okay. Would you like? Thanks, Becky. Yes. And let me just check. Randy has suggested that we should.
Would you like?
Oh, are we? Well, she's afraid that they're gonna be too loud. Other people, but she's we can just shut up for each. Okay. If we start to get hot, then we're. Okay. But we'll just open it. Hello. Hi.
We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're back for the 2025 lodging tax funds distribution for Kitsap County. We have a total of 24 applicants this year with a little over $4.1 million in asks and $1.3 million to divvy out. Today's presentation will allow you 10 minutes to present to the committee and then a 10-minute follow-up of questions. I'm going to be right there so you'll be able to see. And let's see here. Deliberations will take place after we've completed all 24 interviews over the next 2 days. So you should be hearing Board of County Commissioners should approve lodging tax disbursement sometime in November. Hopefully before the end of the month. So, okay, any questions before we start? Okay, well, it's all yours.
Okay. Well, good morning. I'm Brian Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of the Admiral Theatre in Bremerton, and with me today is Nate Murphy, our Director of Operations and Marketing. And before Nate has got a great marketing proposal for you for our 2025 year. Before we start that, I'm going to give you a little history, kind of idea of what we do at the Admiral Theatre. So the theater was built in 1942. It opened May of 1942, right at the beginning of World War II, and functioned as a movie theater for 46 years. And it was a 1,400 seat movie palace, really a luxury. It's okay. It was just a at the time a really luxurious place, and 1,400 seats, a movie theater, you can imagine. I think today movie theaters maybe hold 50 people or something. So it was a huge place. And it operated for 47 years. And then of course in the late 80s it closed. A lot of movie theaters were opening. There were multiplexes, and they just couldn't compete. So it closed down. And then a couple of years later, some local community and civic leaders got together and thought that they could renovate the theater and turn it into a performing arts center, which would be a kind of a draw to Kitsap and down Bremerton. And so it took several years, but they raised $4.2 million. And part of that money was private donations and grants and NEA grants and such. And then also we got a held loan that was, I think, $1.2 million. And that was, I think, $400,000 payments, which the very last one I can remember, I just started as in the second year the theater was in operation. And there we had the last $400,000 due, and we didn't have the money, and we thought we were going to have to close down. But then we had a letter in the mail with a check from Bill Gates Sr. and saved the theater, believe it or not. So a lot of kind of miracles like that for the theater. But anyway, renovated the theater in 1997, reopened, and then we operated for 20 years. We just did in 2017, we did another remodel of the theater, and we invested another $1.5 million into it. But anyway, we also, I'm sorry, I was going to go back and talk about lodging tax. So we, back in around 2000, I think, when this lodging tax, these funds started, we approached the city of Bremerton and the county about initiating the second 2% for the lodging tax. And so then the city and the county agreed at the same time to enact that second 2% to benefit the Admiral Theatre. And so we had that money for several years. And then of course, it went beyond what the money that we were getting. So it was more was being collected. So anyways, that's where that money started and where we how we started collecting it. But anyway, I just want to give you some other highlights of what we do now. We present nearly 100 presented shows, movies, events at the theater. We're also home to local nonprofits for performances. We have performing groups, dance groups, the Bremerton Symphony, and some other groups perform. And they also use the theater for fundraisers. We also hold wedding receptions, proms, class reunions, meetings, and even conferences. We also do a school day series. So we present about, 50 or so live performances. But we also do school day shows. So we bus in school kids from all over the county, up to 10,000 kids a year, 1,000 at a time we squeeze in. And those are great events. And then we also do a summer camp. Usually in July. It's a 2-week-long summer camp. We have an artistic director who produces that, and we have about 75, 80 kids participating in that. And we usually do a week of Missoula Children's Theater, which is a similar 1-week program. And then this year, for the first time, we collaborated with Kitsap County Fair and Stampede Association and hosted the first ever blues festival at the fairgrounds Labor Day weekend. And we are have plans to do that again next year and hopefully long into the future. Anyway, Nate wanted to have him talk about our proposal, which you have, but just a little bit about him. He is a local boy, grew up in Kitsap County, and graduated from Washington State University, and has worked for big PR firms in Seattle, had his own company, and worked in a couple other businesses where they, well, he can tell you that. But anyway, I'll let him finish the rest of the story here.
Yeah, so I came from a background in tech, just like right, perfect fit to go into the performing arts. And I happened to interview. So I worked with Microsoft, Amazon, whole range of tech startups, and then I happened to apply for the job that I'm in now, knowing nothing about operating a theater, and then just happened to spend the afternoon speaking with Brian and the CFO at the time. And then we worked out a deal, kind of not knowing maybe what I would do, and then it's just kind of grown from there. So to walk you through what we're doing with a very brief recap. So we've been receiving county lodging tax funds for the past 3 years. This has been incredibly successful as far as our years goes and our ability to reach tourists and bring tourists in. So over the last 3 years, during one of the most difficult times in the theater's history, post-COVID, with bringing in live audiences, we've had 92 sold-out performances. And these are nationally touring acts, Grammy winners, multi-platinum recording artists, like every name you can think of, from Amy Grant to Judy Collins, Melissa Etheridge. We just had Drifters, Platters, and Coasters last spring. So an amazing lineup of artists. And really, you'll see in the proposal, like what we're asking you for is $170,000 for 2025. That will all go toward our advertising budget, with a little bit in there for employee time, if we're allowed that. And the main reason behind that is that I do all of the design work in-house, so we don't have to use external partners to produce any of the content. The artist budget for 2025 is $725,000, so that's what the theater's putting in, and then that's on a $2.5 million annual budget. So we're really asking you guys for 6.8% of our budget that will be used for advertising. So let's see, we also, when we kind of go through the criteria for lodging tax, we meet every criteria. So we're investing in tourism marketing, special events, and now festivals, as you heard Brian mention, Kitsap Blues Fest. We're also a tourism-related facility that is owned by the city of Bremerton, and we're the nonprofit 501c3 that operates that facility. So we qualify for every one of the criteria. So a few of the artists coming up. So this is who you will be helping us present in 2025. So right from January, we have Saturday Night Live alumni comedian Kevin Nealon. You remember Kevin Nealon from the Weekend Update Desk. The New York group Jazz at Lincoln Center. And Who's Live Anyway is a touring version of the live show, so we have that too. With the project budget, so just because we're short on time, I want to make sure that you guys hear this. So I take our responsibility to get the most that we can for every dollar you give me very serious. Like ROI for you is my top priority. So for instance, you funded last year an agreement with Cascade PBS. So I go put this together. My starting place is $21,500 for cash. Then we also add a season sponsorship at the Admiral Theatre. And so they get tickets, they get in-theater advertising. We get the advertising that we want across broadcast, live stream, and online. And then I negotiated a starting point of $30,000 in trade. So what I'm asking you guys to fund is to keep going with all of our different media partners. We just expanded this year into The Stranger and all their arts publications. But I negotiate hard, you know, so I ask all of these advertisers to provide money back to us, or I don't work with them. I'd like to expand and do more with King 5 TV and Como, but it's completely dependent upon our ability to get budget. So, and then the last thought I would leave you with is all of the other entities and Kitsap that benefit from what you guys do for us. So no amount of budget operates in a silo. So Kitsap Opera is now our first resident company at the theater. The NAACP, Meals on Wheels Kitsap, Boys and Girls Club. You know, we host all of these entities, more than 30 nonprofits a year, and give them all discounted rates because you're helping us offset our advertising costs. So very truncated, but thank you. And we'll go into questions.
Well, my question is, you're one of the few groups that actually ticket people. So you know pretty much where people come from, depending where your credit card is located.
Okay.
So how many do you think actually stay overnight for your performance?
So we estimated 13,750 room nights off of ticket sales, and we had roughly another 100 to 150 nights a year that we purchase for artists. So for the hoteliers too, I would tell you, like, we're always interested in expanding our relationships with where artists can stay, because, you know, per show we might need anywhere from 5 to 8 rooms to house artists, so or more sometimes. So yeah, in the last year we tracked 552 different zip codes across the US, and that's mentioned in here. The thing is, as I was writing this, we were coming into the last week before the Kitsap Blues Fest. So with the Blues Fest, we actually tracked patrons coming for the festival as far away as Texas and Florida. Yeah. So, and I gotta say, Brian did an amazing job booking 20 artists for that first Blues Festival, but it was completely bootstraps. Our goal was not to blow this out with attendance because we're a small staff and we wanted something that we could actually handle. So it was to get through a first year, take our punches, learn from it, and see where we could expand. And I think in that regard, it was an absolute smash success. We know what we need to do now for a second year. And even in that, we're not asking you guys to fund any part of that festival. Like, all I'm asking for is a little bit more in the advertising budget so that when I go do these annual agreements, I can get enough to cover all the way through the end of the summer.
Actually, I attended the Blues Festival and walked around and talked to some of the campers that were there, and they were from Canada, Eastern Washington. It was amazing how many out of towners that actually, they camp, but I assume that some of the people stay in hotels too.
Yeah, we were surprised by that too. We, we put this thing together in 6 months.
Oh, yeah.
We only sold tickets for 3 months.
It's a little rough.
It was quick. It was quick, but we learned a lot. So.
Yeah, it was good. The entertainment was good, and the management part was
good,
adequate.
We also do use ticket promotional codes to help track people. So for the hoteliers, and we did a little bit of this really late in the game last year because we just ran out of time for planning. But all of the hoteliers are invited to provide discount or room block codes, which then help us track sales further and exactly where people are staying. And I'd love to do much more of that for the 2025 Blues Fest.
Did you mention how many people attended Blues Fest?
About 2,000.
About 2,000. Yeah. And it's a 3-day festival, so 20 artists, multiple headliners. So, we could tell some people were dropping in for one of the days or part of the weekend. Then we're also on a circuit of blues festivals from Ellensburg and Bellingham and Winthrop. And so these people travel from festival to festival and camp.
We had about 85 campsites that we sold, and we're gonna try and at least triple that next year. So we sold out those campsites. So.
And because I didn't get to that, food trucks or?
We had,
Yeah, all of that. I think we're planning more activities this next year too, because people are camping the whole weekend. So morning breakfast opportunities and things like that.
I'm gonna shift to Blues Fest. So where you're advertising, how are you guys thinking like who you're advertising with, where you're focusing your advertising? Because there's some social media down here, but we have a lot of media settings are either one than the other.
Yeah, so it's really my priorities, right? Kind of cover every channel of advertising. So we're doing a lot of print, we're doing a lot of online, and we're doing heavy broadcast, and I'd like to do more broadcast. The reason I bring up PBS or kind of focus on that is because the deal has been, I think, like ideal for how I would want to work with advertising. So they are a season sponsor of ours now. We even have their corporate partnerships executives on our board of directors. So we get what we want out of the deal, and like I said, I push them hard, and I get that $30,000 no matter what my spend is for the year. So I'm pretty close to that 21.5, and I'll do some holiday advertising. But I also look for the best deals that I can make throughout the year. So this is one of the difficult things with this is I outline for you guys, here's everywhere I want to advertise for the year. And then as I solicit each advertiser and I know how much money I have to play with, and then I'm talking to each one, some will say, radio is kind of horrible at this, but some will say like, okay, I'll give you this much trade, but I'm not willing to give you more. And other stations like Odyssey has been a great partner. They'll say like, yes, I'll match what you want. So, I'm going for reach and I'm going for every channel that I can cover, but I'm also going for the best deals that I can cover to make that, 100, 170 now, like go much further. I want, triple the effect off of that money. So I have to make the best deals possible.
Have you considered reaching out to short-term rental owners in the area about trying to book for your artists to stay?
No, not. I mean, we get inquiries from time to time, but with short-term rentals, it's like I think it's interesting and something we could explore more. But a lot of that kind of coordination, like we run this entire performing arts center with 7 people. So it's like if there are suggestions or ways that we could do that to work with an organization or cooperative that could easily put us in touch with some of these people, then I think that's possible. But
I think for specific things too, like for example, we host Missoula Children's Theater, and those actors come from Montana and they need a place to stay. That would probably be a great fit for that because they're there for an entire week. We also did. We hosted the concert truck this summer where it was a mobile concert stage that we traveled all around Kitsap County and set up in parks and different locations. And those people, we also put in hotels for a week. So that'd be a great fit for something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So you put your 13,750 room nights that all over Kitsap.
Yeah. I mean, it is all over Kitsap because some of these groups will come in, thinking like Tower of Power, 14, 16 rooms at a time, So it really depends on the group and the proximity to the theater.
And also we don't have hotels in downtown that have room service. So we usually keep them in Silverdale. They require that. I mean, we have. Every time an artist comes, they have a specific requirement for what they need in hotel. And room service is what they want. So we send them to Silverdale. A lot of times, Blues Fest, we get people out of Silverdale. Different places. I know people that come to shows, they probably stay all over. But we don't generally track exactly where people are staying. We just know where they come from.
We apply for city for lodging prices from city directly.
We do. Yeah. We have an agreement with city, so we have a 50-year lease, with the city of Bremerton, and part of that agreement is to receive lodging tax to maintain the theater.
And the reason we do this too is I always try to explain to people when I can. I mean, you'd be surprised how many people we come across that don't know that the Admiral Theatre is owned by the city of Bremerton. And it's, I think rather than, you know, are you getting money from the city and the county? Should the county pay? Should the city pay them? That it's, you know, it's more cooperative in that we're located in Bremerton, but it's also true that we're the largest performing arts center in Kitsap County. Also, we continue to work on grant funding with partners all throughout the year. So we just got a $160,000 capital grant through the State Department of Commerce, and we partnered with the city on that to further renovate areas of the theater that we haven't been able to touch. So it's kind of all hands on deck with the support for it, and then we're going to put that out in our artist budget to attract more tourists.
Any other questions?
I think for future years, it would be nice to have a little bit more information on the people attending. You know, how many people do you reach outside of Kitsap County? How many people do you reach outside of Washington? Those numbers are always good for this.
Yeah, we have all that.
Yeah.
If you provide more of that information, it'd be helpful too.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Where's the coffee? Just kind of a break without
We're
coffee.
gonna take a break now, so I'm gonna be pausing the recording.
Good morning. It was so lovely to come up here. It's just like, I didn't even know it. I was like, oh my gosh.
You said earlier, if the clouds in the way, you'll see that the mountains are covered in snow.
Yes, because if you were on this side, you wouldn't be paying
That's why
attention.
earlier you saw Lee and I. saw-
I can just view from that. No, it's always my favorite when like public buildings have like a vista kind of associated with them. It's nice.
Okay. Well, good morning, and thank you for attending our interview session for the 2025 lodging tax fund distribution process. Few housekeeping items just for you. So this year we had a total of 24 applications with an ask of a little over $4.1 million. We have $1.3 million in funds to disperse. We're doing presentations today and tomorrow, and then there will be deliberations after that with a decision rendered to the Board of County Commissioners for approval, hopefully by the end of November. We will have 10 minutes to present, make the presentation today, kept with that time.
Okay, great.
And then you'll have 10 minutes of questions, or up to 10 minutes of questions after that from our panel here. Let's see here. The presentations today are open to the public and are recorded, as are the deliberations. So you can attend if you would like to listen in. So you're not allowed to add any additional documentation today, other than what you had already sent in. And let's see here. That's about it. So I'm going to go ahead and let you guys jump in here. So we have the Downtown Bremerton Association here presenting for the next 10 minutes. And some questions afterwards.
Great, thank you. Thank you for having us. I'm Jessica Combs. I'm the executive director for the Downtown Bremerton Association.
And I'm Lee Pratt. I'm on the board of directors and board secretary, so I'm here to support our executive director.
So we want to lead off with how excited we are to have this opportunity to present. When Bremerton is thriving, the entire county is thriving. We value our small community as being the gateway to the entire peninsula. With that being said, we are so excited to present why we think we're so special and how we can expand upon our current programming and then also introduce some new exciting concepts to
entitled demo. So our objective is to establish Bremerton as a premier destination. Our goal is to position Bremerton as a multi-visited destination, inviting locals and to engage the current community and those who are visiting us. When I first established myself as executive director, it took some time to really just deep dive into what makes Bremerton tick. And when I started to evaluate some of our current situations that could use a little bit of bolstering, I identified that there was a need for brand identity and some really like captivating content to support that. So we propose that the Downtown Bremerton Association can be a pillar for supporting destination marketing organization. The marketing channel strategy would include social media campaigns, a designated website, and digital advertising. Not only will these platforms support the current programming that we already have, including several community events and events that expand beyond just the city of Bremerton to engage people from outside of our community to come visit, but also it will really, reach beyond Bremerton and beyond Kitsap County to bring people into our community. Essentially, we want people to come in. We want their heads to be in our beds. We want them to be in our restaurants, and we want them exploring the entire peninsula. We want to introduce community-driven branding, engaging with our locals and designing individual identity to partner with local branding experts to create this concept. Our key target audiences are our locals, tourists and neighboring regions, and out-of-state tourists. Our strategic goal for tourism development is increasing foot traffic and engagement, building business partnerships, and creating a hub for people to come in and get Bremerton and Kitsap County inspired merchandise. I feel like I'm taking the lead on all of this.
No, I can say, so I live in Bremerton now, but I previously lived in Manchester in unincorporated Kitsap County. And I think this idea, we're a Main Street organization, which we're about, betterment of downtown Bremerton, but Main Street really works best when it's like a hub and spoke model where, yes, when downtown's thriving, it fosters growth and activity elsewhere because there's so many amazing businesses and experiences in that county. And we have a few people on our board who are Bremerton business owners downtown, and they say people just come on the ferry just to see what's at the other end. And that concept of, yes, Bremerton's at the other end, but we're not the end. We're like the beginning of launching out into the rest of the county. And there are other communities in Kitsap that are doing that really well. And we think Bremerton can do that better, and that we can connect in. Like collaboration is really key to supporting the work that we're doing as downtown Bremerton and beyond. Because some of our partners are also in unincorporated Kitsap County because Bremerton, the city limits are kind of fuzzy. Where are they? And we have folks who are a part of our organization that they live in Bremerton, but technically they live in the county. So we think it's really important to establish kind of these clear relationships with other organizations and build that economic and tourist driver into downtown Bremerton to go beyond. And we really are passionate about the idea that if we make Bremerton a beautiful place to be, that naturally attracts tourists. Because if we care about the locals and that they're not left behind and that they're focused, so we're spending our dollars locally with local artists, with local businesses as much as possible, that those dollars then stay locally, which is what Main Street is all about. The investment in Main Street usually generates for every dollar invested, $1.50 comes back to the state. There's a Main Street tax credit program. We don't benefit from it yet, but Bainbridge is a community that benefits from that, and they're statistically have shown that dollars generated bring more money back into the community. And so our thought is very much, how can we make Bremerton better for everyone that lives in Bremerton, works in Bremerton? Is that really going to encourage tourists because they naturally want to go to beautiful places where the residents appreciate it. When we have care and love for our communities, that sort of reverberates out. And that's very much what we're trying to do with this branding and encouraging participation in our events just to drive traffic, but also to connect in with other communities. We have an amazing resource with the foot ferry between Port Orchard and Bremerton, and we would love to be advertising that, encouraging more folks to go back and forth between our two great communities and then beyond into the peninsula.
We're positioned in a unique space where we can also engage Seattle. We have so many people that come through our community to go and travel outside of Bremerton. But we really want to show how cool Bremerton currently already is. And until we have that ability to shine a light on Bremerton's for our unique art scene, for our amazing restaurants, for our parks and the destinations that are already within our community, we feel a little bit at a disadvantage. So we want to take advantage of this opportunity to showcase Bremerton and really encourage people to come and hang out with us. Once they're in Bremerton, our goal is to not only obviously engage them in our community, but showcase that we're just one part of the entire peninsula in Kitsap County, and there's several other organizations and places within our region that they can also visit. I think we're doing great on time. So
yeah, we'd love to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Let's start.
I'll start. One of the items in your presentation is like the St. Patrick's Day parade.
Yes.
What is the line? Where's the line drawn when it's the chambers? Because it's the chambers event, isn't it?
No, it's our event.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's a downtown. All the events that we highlighted are downtown Bremerton Association events that are planned and executed by our organization and our volunteers.
Okay.
Yes.
So that answers that.
Yeah.
Do you also in your presentation, I only see under the revenues that it's the Kitsap County lodging tax. Do you get Bremerton lodging tax?
we are in the process of being
we've applied for it and we have the interview. The timing of the different asks can be challenging to figure out what.
Yeah.
And so this one came first, so we completed this one first, and we were still in the process of putting together our Bremerton, so we didn't have final numbers for that.
Oh, okay. But you normally do get lodging tax from.
Yes, last year we received 22,000, and we've asked for more for this year because previously we were a volunteer-run organization only, so we are growing, and it's fairly exponential at this point. We've seen our kind of income that we've generated. Obviously, we're a nonprofit, but has more than doubled recently because we're able to get more sponsorships, and then we're working to keep as many events free as we can, but also thinking about what we can monetize to better support our organization, because having a full-time staff member really changes the game in terms of what you're able to do. So we're really on the cusp of even bigger and better growth, and that's why we think it's a really exciting time for the DBA and how we can grow and expand and connect with broader Kitsap County.
Are you going to expand? I didn't know that we had a cruise line that actually comes in.
Yes.
Are you going to really focus on that?
I am so excited to partner with American Cruise Lines. I had the opportunity to actually go aboard the Constellation last week and connect with their person they just hired on, and he was great. And I think collaborations like that make sense, especially when I started talking about developing this DMO specific to Bremerton. For his passengers, it was such a huge opportunity to showcase what we already currently have in Bremerton, keep them localized while they're here. So we have established that relationship. We are nurturing that relationship, and we find it to be incredibly beneficial for both of us. So that's a continued conversation. We're meeting again in 2 weeks to continue that partnership. They are here for 8 hours. So there's several tours. So they have excursions that passengers are able to either participate in, or they can kind of go off on their own. There's golf carts that take them up to our city. Can we do better with that? Absolutely. We've definitely found opportunities there where we can be more engaged with the passengers. There just hasn't been an organization that's connected with ACL until now.
So, Mr. Cruz, do you know how many people are outside of Washington on this cruise ship?
So the demographics were pretty all over the place. This specific cruise, like the passengers were actually very dense on like Puget Sound area. So and the demographic as far as age goes as well are mostly retired. So it was really unique to see that there was people that kind of were already in this region that wanted to explore it more in depth. But again, it varied, cruise by cruise. But this one specific, there was a very like dense population of people from the region.
So one of the issues is that obviously your events need to put people in beds. How are you going to track that? Or how are you going to come back with some numbers for us?
With some actual numbers. We actually just went to a really cool convention where we heard a presentation from this group called Team Walla Walla Bee. And one of their missions was to connect organizations to kind of pool their resources towards things like collecting data. It's exceptionally expensive, right? DataFi is not, just one of those things where you can access it without some substantial funds. So we're hopeful that we can connect with other community organizations where we can actually pool our resources to have access to data tracking like that. We would love for that to be, in-house all DEA, but we also, value partnerships that we can explore opportunities like that. And right now too, like everybody loves Algernon, everybody knows Algernon from his Kitsap or and she's been kind enough to provide us with data as well, which has been really nice.
So have you worked with some of the hotels that are in Bremerton?
Yep. Yeah. So obviously we have the Fairfield and the Hamptons. And now actually Marina Square is opening up several more rooms to overnight more, hotel centric stays. So we've established relationships with them. So Ash and I frequently talk from the Hamptons and from the Fairfield. And then again, now that we know what's happening kind of over at Marina Square, I was fortunate enough to take a group of people on a tour that were here from Washington State Ports that were looking to host a convention, actually 2 this spring and summer. So I spearheaded this kind of initiative to take them to all of our hotels and some of our restaurants and just places and things to do inside of Bremerton. And it was a really unique experience to showcase Bremerton. And again, this kind of goes back to we don't have that branding or that visual identity or that strategic movement towards showcasing Bremerton through a DMO. So this was a firsthand experience for most of these people. And honestly, they all live within the state of Washington. They just don't know that Bremerton is so awesome. So it was a really cool experience and showing them our lovely hotels and showing them our conference center and then also just taking them over to Marina Square to their lovely rooftop when they have a club room. Also, we have these amazing ships they can go on. They can go into our history museum where we're positioned, and then they can go to the Naval Museum. So it was really enlightening for them. And then obviously it was a beautiful, lovely, sunny day. So Bremerton was definitely showing off.
I have a question about the branding request. So the numbers don't match. Under your revenue category, LTAC support for branding says 62,000, but your expense for branding says 50. So I'm trying to understand like what the variance might be in that, but also to get a little better understanding of why community engagement, design development, and implementation would be for the brand.
Yes. So
more detail about that.
the 50 and the 12. So it's the point of sale as well as the branding, those were combined in that line. So that's why my apologies for the discrepancy there.
Just making sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the funding for that is coming like website design, high quality website design that's interactive, that has video, all that is very expensive. And that's where you looked into that, correct?
Yeah.
Just more on that.
I think that there's multi-levels to really showcasing something as a DMO. The website is one element to that, but also strategic social media. finding people to go out and really be boots on the ground and be in those spaces to really kind of connect the faces to the places. So there has to be a large push towards quality content. And I think we really focused on making the numbers work where it made sense for our organization. But ultimately, this is our first attempt at doing this. And we took some guidance from other DMOs as well of how much this could possibly take for our city. And it's pretty expansive, but we're willing to take on this responsibility because we do believe this is what the needs.
Any other questions? 45 seconds.
45 seconds, somebody.
I don't even know if we can answer in that time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us.
We appreciate the opportunity.
For the home, their shop that they're putting in. The,
$12,000.
Jimmy John's has been doing work.
Okay.
So I asked them, inside the gadgets at history, you were Vicky with mine, just running down. My information is in you and Vicky.
No sweat. So,
And they're not gonna be able to stay. So I told them to text me when they're at.
gotcha.
Oh, Jimmy John is here. They're here now.
We'll go get Jimmy John's.
Hopefully they can talk to you. That's pretty cool.
Oh.
Well, I hope they will be. It's a single, a single channel.
No, subscription. Subscriptions. Meetings. Expensive.
Or it's usually like 800,000. Because I don't know a lot of what pays my day. Expensive.
But I didn't want to deal with
No, because there's difference.
So they do have their, what is this? It's 2024.
Yeah.
So for 2024, they had some.
This is how much that's more.
But I'm pretty sure that was last year. Yeah, I've seen them anywhere from like
Yeah.
800,000 down. I just, but they also like what this is. So it's like 800 something, but then
they have money that's specifically allocated for Admiral and then their convention center. And then what's left after that distribution, they put into.
That's nice for the Admiral to have, you know,
Well, they still have to apply for City of Bremerton. It's in the RCW. Well, you have to apply. You don't just get it. Even if it's put into the budget, you still have to apply. I don't understand why you do that.
It's very specific. County used to do that way back.
We used to live in the Historical Society and Admiral Theatre.
Yeah, way back, right?
It stopped around 2009.
Yeah,
2010.
Because I was looking around for the part of my person. Yeah. Because I just didn't think that they should have.
You know, I used to be on board. Equalization. So a lot of your staff.
So it sounds like you have the background.
Used to always have to.
It's so hard to get people. We've got one new person sitting on board.
Oh, yeah?
I don't think county employees can do that.
No.
It was fun though. I learned something every time.
I don't think it pays enough for the amount of time commitment to come from like Bainbridge or the north end of drive all the way down to we could, but the board would have to do that.
Carol's not.
The way it was set up for it, it was set up back in 2020.
This is my first time using this solution. I apologize if it stinks.
Yeah, her work is awesome.
Yeah, I remember they did a whole audio video.
It's back where in small quarters.
But I think that kind of, you know, the trek down here, I think for a lot of people,
No, I mean,
it's not worth it for, you know, whatever it takes.
It has to be, yeah, it has to be. It just has a volunteer.
Yeah,
Thank you for.
This is a little too strong for me.
Thank you for.
but you either gotta up the money to make it enticing for people to say, yeah, you know, that's worth it, or you gotta find.
Or give them a hybrid.
Yeah.
They could sit in their car and do it. Yeah. That sounds good, actually.
You can spell it over there.
I think I can.
I'm giving it away because I don't mind.
Oh, for Jolly.
I was like, wow, I was like, I put like a little cheaty meat. It's too strong for me.
That was funny.
Oh, goodness gracious. I didn't wash my hands. I don't even like it. It was a gift. It was a gift.
Oh, you didn't know that? No. Yeah, he sent it with the application. He said that he was retiring. And, you know, we told me who the contact was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you didn't tell me. I
Sorry.
thought I was being so smart, like going down to the door. I'm just looking for beer.
Did you see Glenn out there? Jimmy John's is here.
I can't find him.
I sent him on a wild goose chase. I feel bad.
He's waiting at the door. And he went, I don't know if he went upstairs and had dinner.
They delivered to the fourth floor. Hey, we're getting lunch. Look at this.
I really felt miserable trying to put something in. I gave up.
He told him we're looking for him outside.
For all intents and purposes, this building does not exist.
Yeah, the address is really hard to plug in anywhere.
Even
So,
Austin.
Apple Maps.
When I typed in 507, it actually pulled up Austin Ave.
Yeah, but,
And it pointed to Public Works Building.
but then when you got that far, did you get address not found when it came time for delivery?
No, because I used the app.
It shows up on
out. Yeah. It's the zip code that I usually find. Is that her? Oh, no. I thought she was using, because I know what it's quite a bit.
I think we are.
We didn't take a chair. Thank you.
Hi,
Good morning.
What's everybody?
Good.
Good. I don't know if any of you were expecting Peter Rafa instead of myself.
I didn't get the memo.
Yeah. Sorry.
We're waiting
Sorry,
for one more member. to
Okay.
start. Second.
Trust me, I came right upstairs. I go, you could have told me. But this one, I was, I'm gonna recognize that face. You know, I have to ask everyone coming in the door.
Let's try.
Well, he's a big personality, so.
Select on it. Make sure it's blank. We're just gonna-
Bill, ready?
Okay. Good morning. We'll continue with our 2025 lodging tax fund distribution. This is an FYI, this year we had 24 applicants. With requests totaling $4.1 million. And I think that's coming down at $1.3 million to disperse of lodging tax money. We're doing hearings today and tomorrow. And you'll want 10 minutes for your presentation. I will be cut right there, and then 10 minutes for questions after that. Upon conclusion of the presentation, we will do deliberations to award, to determine what the award should be. And then that will be presented to the Board of County Commissioners, and then we'll hopefully have that approved and published by the end of November. So we'll know what that is. So today's presentation is recorded. There are people online, as you can see there, attending, and then deliberations will also be recorded and available for observation. So if you'd like to participate and observe. I think I covered it. So with that, this is the Bainbridge Island Museum of Art presenting.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you. I'm Sheila Hughes. I'm the Executive Director of Bainbridge Island Museum of Art. And it's been my privilege to be there for the last 8 years. And during that time, I've seen this museum really turn into a pretty magnificent and unexpected cultural destination for this region. Bainbridge Island Museum of Art is a unique story. It's an organization that, because of the support of the community, was able to actually just emerge as a fully formed, fully functional cultural nonprofit. It's located in an ideal place to draw visitors to the county, and it's blessed with an incredible facility. However, the magic of the organization is really not in the building and not in the location. It's in the activation of that space and the programs that we put on in the galleries, the stages, and the classrooms, and even the plaza. And the fact that the museum is open for free 362 days a year is that rare combination of those factors that really makes this museum such a huge asset. In addition to the gallery shows, which feature over 500 artists every single year and change 3 times a year, and focus on the most exciting contemporary art and craft of this region, BEMA also invests very heavily in activating and animating its space with cultural programs. And we work really hard to create very sparkling, destination-worthy programs that light up that space year-round. I'll just give you a few examples in a summary application, but we just concluded the Within Earshot Jazz Festival yesterday with our final concert. And we're getting ready for our snowboard series, which is in December, which is a music series. We have cultural and heritage events spread throughout the year, from this weekend's upcoming Dia de los Muertos, which is now in its 10th year. And then a big spring celebration of Black achievement, both for Black History Month and on Food Day celebrations. We do film festivals. Last month we had the Manhattan Short Film Festival, which sold out 6 nights, or 6 screenings, I should say, in a 3-day period, and is also in its 7th year. And in November, we have the upcoming Silent Film Festival, which brings silent film aficionados who love to see the film in combination with live music that draws people from all over the state. This year alone, FEMA will have augmented its gallery programs with over 200 of these kinds of events: art lectures, cultural festivals, concerts, theater pieces, happenings. We just work on wonderful programs that celebrate both the mission of the museum, the space, and attract people to the West Sound. And what's more incredible is that we do this in partnership with many of the organizations here in Kitsap County. And so we're really working to be a part of an organization that lifts everybody up there all at the same time. We're working currently with organizations like the YWCA, the Kitsap Immigration Assistance Center, the Kitsap Public Library Systems, the Kitsap Performing Arts Center, the Marvin Williams Center, the Squaw Tribe, the Squamish Tribe. It just goes on and on. Earlier this year, we had thousands of visitors scrambling across the parks of Kitsap County with our annual treasure track, looking for glass globes that they could find and take home with them. And just, I guess about 10 days ago, we hosted the welcome pole dedication of Randy Purser's beautiful carved piece that was done to mark the beginning of the Sound to Olympic Trail. So we are working in partnership with everybody to really try to put art and culture forward as an identifier for Kitsap County. And because of this kind of activation, we're on target this year to bring over 90,000 people through the doors of the museum. And of those people, over 60,000 of them are cultural destination visitors. They're coming from so many places: overnight tourists, Northwest day trippers, cruise ship passengers, conventioneers, and just arts curious Washingtonians. And then, in my opinion, when the waterfront park is fully finished in Seattle, and their estimates are that that will be drawing between 8 and 10 million people a year, that us being just a inexpensive ferry ride across the water is really about the most wonderful first step into Kitsap County that I can imagine. It's amazing. Because of the quality of experience and location, that we're open free every day, and because of the exceptional media that we're getting, that we've become this key destination. This year we were featured as one of the top 10 small museums in America, and we were just featured in a book, a best-selling book, New York Times bestseller, called Footnotes from the Most Fascinating Museums in the World: Stories and Memorable Moments from People Who Love Museums. And currently we are prominently featured by the Washington State Tourism website in its promotion of cultural districts of Washington State. In short, we consider our role as a cultural destination to be fundamental to our mission. And just to remind you of our mission, it's to inspire wonder, curiosity, and understanding by connecting people to the art and craft of the Puget Sound region. We see our impact on the economic health of this county as a huge part of the formula for success. People who come to BEMA explore the island, they check out other museums, they explore tribal territories, cultural attractions, they explore parks, natural beauty of the area. And we know this firsthand because our front desk serves as an info desk for so many of these visitors, asking we get thousands of questions every year on where to eat, visit, stay, and discover the region. We're asking for support today from Kitsap LTEC funding because we want to hold up our part of this amazing ecology and ecosystem of destinations and attractions for the region. We came out of COVID strong, stable, and growing, and we are seeking to build on that success. We need support to help keep the museum open free every day, continue to do these kinds of programs, and to staff the museum with people who want to educate our guests on the wonderful ways that they can enjoy themselves while visiting our part of the world. I thank you for your time and consideration today. Thank you so much.
Who wants to go first?
The Silent Film Festival, since you partner with the SF Silent Film Group, do you benefit from their advertising as well? So not just like the partnership with what you can do here in Kitsap, but anywhere else they particularly advertise?
They do kind of minimal advertising for us. Their event happens in May and ours happens in the fall. So they do advertise us, but it's a minimal impact because of the 6-month time difference. But what we do benefit from is their, when they come back from the Buxton Silent Film Festival, they do a big wrap up for all of their constituents in San Francisco. And so they show pictures of the parties and they show pictures of the live musicians. And so we benefit in that way.
Are you getting to increase the last ones this year?
Are we going?
Are you going to be able to increase the number of last ones?
Well, I'm not sure about increase, but we have to still find a donor to underwrite that. That it's $10,000 that we paid to the Hilltop Glass community to lower those glass forms, and so because our wonderful Peter Rafa is not here with the organization, that conversation hasn't happened yet for next year. But yeah, the goal is to change the color and increase the amount of forms that are being marked. I have one question that I'm going to say excellent job. Oh, thank you. Great presentation. Oh, that's so nice of you. I'm, this is one of my first times doing a grant presentation, so I'm just interested in the format. Excellent. Thank you. Okay.
Nice and long.
Great, I'll take a short as a good, as a good education. But thank you so much. Really appreciate you and the work that you do.
You're out for lunches.
It's not a Jimmy John's.
Oh,
That's right. That's what service. They came up.
maybe you put it in the room next door.
Maybe they distributed it to the staff.
Yeah.
Public Works staff.
Public Works just got free lunch.
We are going to be going into a lunch break. I'm going to stop recording and pause the meeting. Thank you.
Hi, Brenda. Can you see the timer that just to my right?
Kind of.
Would it be better if it was a little closer, maybe? Can you see hands?
Yes, I can see hands.
Okay, so we'll have Vicky raise her hand when it's the 5 minutes and then 1 minute, kind of give you that countdown. So as we move into this is our 2025 lodging tax funds distribution process. And this year we have a total of 24 applicants that are going to be heard both today and tomorrow. Of that 24, they represent $4.1 million in asks for lodging tax funds. The county has a total of 1.3 million to disperse. So as I already mentioned, we're going to be hearing presentations both today and tomorrow with deliberations at the end of day tomorrow. All these sessions are being recorded, as are the deliberations, and those you're available to sit in and listen to, but with no commentary outside of your window for presentation. So for presentation today, you will have 10 minutes, and Vicki will hold up her fingers to kind of give you an idea of how much time you have. And at the end of that presentation, there'll be 10 minutes for questions from the committee. So do you have any questions or concerns before we begin?
Definitely not my first rodeo.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. And then once deliberations are complete, we will put together a list of recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners, who will look to make an approval by late November. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and let you take it away.
I just want to thank everyone for the support for 2024. Our 25th annual event was phenomenal. We brought in Sir Mix-a-Lot and did a whole ton of things. We had record-breaking numbers on our Friday night of our event. We had a lot of support from the county commissioners and others, and it was just an amazing event this year, as well as my first year as the actual event manager. I've been a part for a very long time, and many of you are new or may not know, I used to work for Visit Kitsap as their marketing manager, and I used to work for the Greater Kitsap Chamber as their tourism coordinator. And so I have a lot of experience with marketing and reach. Our big goal, and we'll just shoot for that because everybody keeps asking me, 2024 was amazing. What are you doing in 2025? So, you know, it's hard to keep one-upping. However, the consensus is that Kitsap County has never had a drone show, and Whaling Days has the perfect opportunity to bring a drone show to Kitsap County. I have been vetting different drone companies, and it's interesting. So it's kind of like fireworks and putting a barge out in the water and figuring out legalities and doing all these things. I have learned a whole lot about the FAA regulations and all kinds of things I never thought I would need to know, like currents and, you know, depth of water and all kinds of fun stuff. So interesting as enough as it is, Whaling Days isn't just a music festival where we throw up stages and do things. We are really involved in the community. We are involved with other organizations, and we partner with a ton of other organizations as well to help them fundraise during our event. So the drone show, of course, is expensive. However, I feel like the ability to bring a largely sought after promotion, which I'll just name it Star Wars, through a themed drone show, would have a pull greater than anything Kitsap has ever seen. And since we now know what kind of capacity we have and what kind of security and different things we need, we have a better grasp now more than ever of what the needs are. I think we did an amazing job, the entire board and staff and volunteers, in kind of gauging what that looked like for 2024. and being proactive and working with so many city, county, and government departments to make that happen was just phenomenal. So there would be some additional needs and some extra things. Of course, one of the other big asks was we have a local band here that went big in the 90s, and the ask to bring them out to the masses and the public has been massive. And so we would like to be able to do that. However, that does mean some extra costs, of course. 2024, we were able to make it happen. However, we actually had to dip into our funds that we normally would have to kick off the next year. And so just to get it all done. So we ran as low as we've ran in probably the last 2 years financially, but in order to pull off big names and big things, it took a lot more power. And Whaling Days in particular has different challenges than most other festivals in the area. The stuff that happens in Bremerton, they have power available. And what most people don't know is that Whaling Days had to pay and install most of the power down at the waterfront. And so we own it. We've had to pay to maintain it. We've had to pay to upgrade it. And it's still not enough, because a lot of the power down there just doesn't work from the port and parks and things of that nature. We're not offered any bathroom facilities, unlike Bremerton or other areas where they have bathrooms open. Our bathrooms are all shut down, so we rely 100% on renting porta potties and things of that nature. So we have additional costs and coverages that most festivals don't. And we also don't go asking, even though our hotels sell out. So, we're in Silverdale. We only have 3. And our hotels and B&Bs and things sell out, or Airbnbs sell out typically a year in advance. The Best Western has always said, they won't book, big parties, big, weddings, things of that nature, although they do. But they do fill up. And yet we don't go and ask, we fill overflow into Bremerton and Port Orchard, Paulsbo, whatever. And we don't go asking those cities for LTAC funding. We potentially could. However, I feel like, if everybody kind of stayed in their pools, then it would equalize out a little better. And that being said, Oyster Bay Inn was actually a sponsor of ours, because a lot of our vendors stay at Oyster Bay Inn because they can't get hotel rooms in Silverdale. So the only benefit I have is Oxford Inn and Suites usually holds out a couple rooms for me in case I need a couple of rooms for, say, Sir Mix-a-Lot or something that I still, rent and pay for, but at a good price. They're a good sponsor. So we are gearing up towards all of those things. And if you haven't seen America's Got Talent, one of the drone show companies that I'm looking at and vetting is actually in that process right now. And all of these companies have done big events and know how to do what they do the way that they do it. Some of them are a little more tech savvy than others. And so just kind of vetting out what will work best. And of course, we can't book or move forward until we know what we will have. We have worked very hard on getting sponsorships for some of these things. And, even the big named guys in Kitsap just don't quite have the funding for something like that. You know, typical sponsorships in Kitsap are 5,000 or less. And even, you know, some of the big names are $750. And so, you know, that'll buy water and snacks for the volunteers. That's about the extent of it. So I know the ask is big. However, if we want to bring people to Kitsap and look at the dynamic of the entire weekend that this festival pulls in from all over, and I think that attempting something like a Star Wars show and being able to market it appropriately is the key thing. I wouldn't want to do it if we couldn't market it well, and I wouldn't want to market it well if we couldn't do a good show. So those two things are definitely a hand in hand, and very important, and as well as the infrastructure to accommodate all of the needs for it. So again, I want to thank everybody for your support 2024 and looking forward to 2025. And I am open for any questions.
Thank you, Brenda. So I have a question about, I see that the fireworks that are there and the drone show, is that something you're trying to do the same night, or are you spreading it out this year? What's the thought there?
Yeah, good question. It would actually be spread out. So I think I would do a smaller, if we do bring in a big headliner on Friday, we would do a smaller fireworks show on Friday. There's one drone show that actually incorporates fireworks in the drones, which is amazing new technology. And so that is a really cool ad that we could do on Saturday night for the drone show, or we could keep the fireworks company and incorporate the fireworks with the barge. Basically, everybody says they want to see a Death Star blown up. I am not a huge Star Wars fan, but that still sounds really cool.
So I have just some accounting questions because I'm that person. I'm looking in the scope of work, project timeline, the main items for funding. There's like 6 listed: drone show, fireworks, carnival marketing. The total of those only come up to just short of 290,000. But the funding request is 480, which I'll go ahead and say it as being my 3rd year on the committee. That's a really big jump from prior years of funding requests. And I understand the difference, you know, trying to get the drone show in. I mean, I hate that I missed Sir Mix-a-Lot this year. I would have loved to have seen that. But, you know, understanding like shooting for the stars here, I guess I'm just trying to understand what the gap is between the request of 480,000 versus the 200. I'll just round up and say 291,000 for the drone show and fireworks and carnival and marketing and security and rentals.
I am pulling that up. I'm a little unprepared because I wasn't planning on looking this one up. Let's see, scope of work.
Because I was trying to look.
Oh, scope main items for funding. Yes. So additionally, like I was stating, there is obviously so much more. And in the budget, if you see in that, usually we can accommodate 100,000 to just over is kind of our annual. Has become our annual the last 2 years. And so the difference basically is the ask in order to accommodate all the extra. So in order to list out 480,000 would be.
So on your 25 budget, are there other line items there that would constitute like specifically what the 480 is?
Yeah, like entertainment main stage.
Okay.
That's 90,000. That's usually our budget for 1 year in order to bring in that local act and cover the expenses and things. Where did I put? So advertising was in there. Web.
Yeah, so there's about 100,000 left. Was the 21? I think the 21 club was part of the request in prior years. Oh no, it's in there. Do the math.
We hadn't ever asked for anything for the 21 plus club. However, we are in need of additional things. We actually have some Central Kitsap School District chairs that have seen better days that were donated 20 years ago. And so there's a lot of things that we actually need to upgrade, because it also just for storage purposes makes better sense for us to upgrade and have storage space, because these other old chairs take up so much room. So there are some things like that in there. The fireworks and barge obviously is a little bit more, just because of if we did a second night, that was just kind of a questionable. The drone show, I've had quotes from 45,000 to 100,000, and obviously the 45,000, it's short, and you have to look at where you're launching them from and their battery life and all of those different things. But yeah. The other part was the family area. We have been trying so hard to get a carnival back. It's a big ask for a lot of people. We want a carnival. Well, really, we have zero room for a carnival down in Old Town now. So I would have to work with maybe the mall, which is a great option, because then we could actually add shuttle services to and from. And so that's something else I've kind of been working on. But again, getting a carnival post-COVID has been impossible for us, because there's so many fairs, 1 week fairs happening that weekend, like in Oregon and things. So if we bring something in, the carnival place, that's basically having a Seattle-based company come in and bring mechanical rides that we pay for. We can charge, but we still have to pay to have them come. Does that help?
Budget, sponsorships, and then in front you have including county. Are you
breaking up a little bit there? Sorry.
Under the sponsorships in the front you have including county. Are you talking LTAC funds? Is part of that 500 grand?
Yes.
Okay. So under sponsorships, have you guys looked into like Amazon, some of those big, huge companies that might sponsor the Lily Days?
So we are the only people who have ever gotten a big sponsorship from Amazon, actually. So I worked with them 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago, they were a sponsorship for us. I have asked every year since. Their biggest desire is to support the military, because they want to get on military bases as a company. So they have not sponsored the last 2 years. I will continue to ask. And they were really interested in the drone show originally when I pitched it to them 2 years ago, but they weren't in for all. So that's another like potential partner though.
That would be Seattle one. But maybe a bigger enticement of having the drones type out Amazon. And I bet you they'd be all for that.
Every company was excited about seeing their name in lights. Don't get me wrong.
So does that mean you're only expecting 20 grand from other sponsorships if we were able to provide the 480?
At this point, that's our typical amount sponsored, yes. Obviously, the hope is always for more, and if we could get somebody to partner with Amazon, St. Michael's, those were a couple of my top who were interested in, you know, their logo and lights, but it's also something that you have to ask for kind of way in advance so that it gets into their budget.
Did the tribe sponsor one of the events last year? Except the year before?
We typically have one of the tribes sponsoring us. It has kind of rotated between the two over the years. But normally it's just a $500 to $1,500 sponsorship.
Jim, we're out of time. All right, right away, we used up our 10 minutes of questions for you. So I'd like to thank you for coming, or for adapting for us today and jumping on here early, a day early.
No problem.
Really appreciate you doing that.
Good luck.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good one.
You too.
Oh, is here? I don't know. Oh. Thank you. Sure.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Our scout volunteers. And we were there from 7 to Friday night. I purposely signed up my kids for us to be there Friday night. They're like, Sir Mixon, all right. I was going back to my childhood, right? And then I remember thinking, you have an hour's worth of songs? Right. Yeah, he didn't, but he sang a lot of the people's songs from that era. But the place was packed. I'd never seen really great so crowded.
Right, me too.
It was
But
amazing.
did you notice that they made that an excuse for every song? Like we haven't, we have to practice this one, or we don't have to fight all the instruments to play this one. And it was like, you making excuses for your age.
Well,
We don't care.
I didn't get that close. I wasn't near the stage area because we were picking up trash. So I was walking around. I was in the beer garden. They say vomit.
Oh,
Warm beer all over my legs. It was great.
Sounds like
The kids couldn't go in. The adults had to do it, but it was the energy and excitement of the people that were there.
Nobody's in
I couldn't believe all the young people that were like, we were born well after his prime.
Right.
They were there, so excited.
Yeah, that song.
It was
That
just,
transcends
yeah, it does.
generations.
It does. It was exciting. It was so, and then what they did is right after it was done, moved to the fireworks show. And that was great. It was just a great, because everybody was right there. And so he got off the stage and left, and then boom, the fireworks show started.
Blast right
So
over.
it was really well. So
Yeah.
just talking about
Yeah.
some of the
Please.
two nights. And I mean, it was packed. I mean, you're shoulder to shoulder with people in there. It was almost like I actually
Yeah.
wanted to get out of there.
There's a huge line
But the
and
people were.
it wasn't full because nobody was.
The beer
waiting.
garden one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody
They couldn't
was-
get in.
I was watching the line too, and
Yeah.
but we only stayed for a couple songs and then we left.
Yeah. Yeah, my daughter doesn't like that kind of stuff. I know. So like, it was too loud. So she's like, so I'm like, come on, let's get out of here. And, but as I was walking further away, still watching, and just people were so excited. It sounded like I've never seen one of those.
Right.
It's exciting.
Was, she didn't say who they were trying to do. They said a local.
Yeah, there was talk about a local.
I don't think she said, did she?
She didn't say.
She just said
But
local.
it's probably not full jam.
But if they could do a 2 nights and have a band or someone performing and do maybe one with fireworks show and a drone show or something, that would be pretty neat festival. Way better than what it was. It was 2 years out, 2022, so we're 100 degrees out. Oh, yeah. And warm beer, 100-degree weather when it spills. And
well, we talked about this. No. I wasn't there for that. Okay. Started, I took over on July 1st.
You were there, right?
So I was there 4 wheeling days, but all of like this, we were sitting at pre-book stuff during pre-book.
And you were booked out for that weekend?
We ended up selling out that. Up until that weekend, I still had the ability. It's just you just have like that for whatever reason. It's always a really short booking window sometimes. So
That Friday though, I don't know what time Cervix a lot came on, but I had to go pick up my son and he was at an event at Fairground, brought him back from town. And people were walking from Staples and Safeway.
oh yeah.
They parked way over there to walk down the way. And I've never seen this many people walking into.
Right.
And our patio was completely full because all the guests were staying.
Yeah.
The restaurant was busy.
Yeah, you just go right outside.
You just go sit out on the patio right there and you can see it.
You sell out a lot.
We have, so this year we've done really well. A lot of it though is just contractors and government, because but it's been good. We're definitely up in rate and revenue over last year. So, yeah. So that means a transient is the contract, it's low rate, so it's not going to improve the rate year-over-year. So the transit, that's going to win. So we get better that. They were telling me that October's slow and yeah, it's slow.
But you get a lot of government.
It is, but if it was all that we were getting, my average daily rate would be lower than, but it's not. It's actually higher than it was last year. Our occupancy is like within 1 or 2% of last year, which is like I don't get to it's slow, but our rates been better.
But your ADRs.
Our ADR's grown, so my RevPAR's grown, and all that stuff it's been better. I've also fixed a lot of the issues that were going on where they just were letting government book whatever they want at the hotel as opposed to the standard rooms that they should be booking versus the corner suites that actually sell for $200 a night kind of a deal. So I think that has something to do with it. I kind of nice. We can't just give out the best rooms at the government rate.
Yeah,
So,
government rate.
Right. What about conferences and stuff?
So that is definitely my next step, is to get our meeting space back and going, because prior over the last couple of years, it's just gone down, pretty badly there. The reputation's gone down, food's been terrible. So I have a new chef and everything. Huh? We're at $1 a square foot for our meeting space, so, and we're cheaper than anybody else, and I did that on purpose to make us more attractive to the place. It's just, they didn't have staff, they didn't have anybody who knew how to do sales, so I have a sales coordinator in, and so it's just trying to get the right people in the right places, to do things the right way. So we're doing it this whole week. I'm booked out the entire week with events, so it's the first time it's been like that in years. So
yeah, because pre-COVID, it seems like there were a lot more events there, and then
we have 7,000 square feet of event space, plus the whole back patio area.
I've been to events there.
So we should be like that's revenue making possibilities there that just haven't been utilized. So it's just trying to get back to where we're at. Plus, we're going on a rotation here. The whole public space is so that's, everything's been finally approved. My architect's now doing the drawings, and hopefully here within the next 8 weeks, once all the permits and everything get. How long will that take? I mean, well, let's say the permits come back in 8 weeks, like you're saying, it's probably about 4 to 5 months would be my guess. All done 4 to 5 months would be, that's having to coordinate, so you're only losing so much room space at once. And doing it during renovating.
Christine, online, can I ask what organization you're from?
So the rooms will be this year. Rooms will be probably a year after. Okay. So this is all the public space and corridors of hallways. Okay. So all new carpets, all new flooring, making another meeting space area to give us a bit more there. Reconfiguring, putting the gym in the basement where it actually makes sense.
Sorry, Christine, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
We're just asking what organization you might be from.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm with the Marina Square Suites Hotel.
Oh, okay. We were just looking for one of our organizations that is due at 1, and we didn't know if you were from them. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, it's 101. Okay, so I guess this is where we need to decide how long do we intend on waiting. And if they don't come in that time frame, do we keep them at the end of the second day, we make it Thursday, how do you want to do that? Or if you have time, we allow them to present anyways. We did not have anybody pull out or not show up.
Is it fair that maybe they don't mail the dinner?
They could be. Vicky's out there though.
No, it could be in the lobby or something.
So maybe they think the lights are off because they're waiting for
So
to get back from lunch.
You remember the kiosk that's right there?
Yeah.
I even put the lodging tax on there, public works building.
You're assuming people are meeting.
I'm assuming you're correct.
Yeah.
Did you have it there this morning?
I did.
Because I didn't see it.
Yeah, you have to look at the kiosk and it comes over as a calendar, so you see it roll, it'll roll.
I was watching the meeting.
Which the administration. Yeah, this one, I put down the 3rd floor conference room. But again, this morning before 8 a.m., I sent out an email to all the applicants and reminded them today is the day, and it's located at the Public Works Building.
So is this a newer building? Or is that actually this building?
This one's older, but it was renoed previously, but the admin building was the one from the ground up that was the newest. But has
No, yeah, there
Is
they
that
are.
him?
Yep.
That's him, I can see him. And
What
he
is it?
should be down here. He looks like he's the one who's walking pretty fast, but I'm not sure if that is Randall King.
Looks like it.
I'm not familiar with him.
In the gray coat.
Yeah.
I can certainly go down and.
Would you mind?
With
'Cause I
Not at all.
think he might
He's
just.
confused.
Someone else is directing them this way.
So yeah, there's three people down.
I want to see
No,
it.
they're saying, oh, no, it's over this way. Two bang on the window. And wave.
I told you, a lot of people, they meet with the commissioners and over there in the meeting room.
Sorry, it was sent to Randall King, by the way, this morning, and then just a few minutes ago. Who is from the city of Bremerton. Okay, that was nice to be able to put the name there. So.
Okay. Maybe just checking out your costumes.
So that's perfect.
Okay, this is the first time they experienced that's why I would be surprised if they would miss it.
No, they played last year.
They applied last year. Yeah, we
They
gave them money.
they got money.
Oh,
We got it.
oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's no good as a cause. Finding one.
Yeah, Vicky's got him. I can hear him chatting down there.
Most of them, they have until the end of the year to submit, but most of them have been submitted.
They go to the chambers.
We watched.
Yeah, we saw them.
Do we have nothing posted on the chamber, should we?
Went on the chamber door.
Yeah. You want me to text Brianna and ask her to put a sign on the door?
Yeah, so it's just right on the front door.
There's two chairs.
Thank you. That.
We found it.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is good. I guess the one advantage is they saw it.
You can see over there, like, well, they come.
Yeah, I live on. I do.
Yeah, because when you're coming up, it's all phone or somewhere. See, the old guy knows how to do these things. Don't know how to do it, but I can tell you how to.
I think we're ready to go.
You ready?
Yep.
You're recording?
Yep.
All right. Good afternoon. Our next presentation is going to be the Kitsap Building Association, Village Association. To let you know here, this is our 2025 lodging tax committee disbursement decision-making team. We have 24 applicants this year with asks up to $4.1 million in asks for lodging tax funds. We have $1.3 million of lodging tax funds to disperse in 2025. These sessions are all the presentations are being recorded. They're all being streamed, so you're welcome to watch online. The way the process is going here is you have 10 minutes to present your presentation. There'll be time kept right there. And then after that, there'll be a 10-minute opportunity for the community to ask any questions that they might have. After that, Washington will be hearing presentations the rest of today and all tomorrow, and then we'll be going into deliberations to decide how the money should be allocated. You're welcome to sit in and listen in on the deliberations, but you're not able to comment during that time. So, That's, I'm missing, I've not got a ballot yet. I think I got it. So with that, we'll let you take it away.
Thanks, Phil. Hello, I'm Misha Mineta. I'm the membership director of the Kitsap Building Association, and I'm here today with our event coordinator, Nova and Itre. We're also both part of the management team for the Peninsula Home and Garden Expo, Remodel Expo, excuse me. For 45 years, the Peninsula Home and Remodel Expo has grown from a small member-centered gathering at Bremerton's old Woolworth building to becoming the community event that's known as the biggest and best home show west of Seattle. Our home show really stands out because it's in May when the outdoor events are just getting started. Most home shows in Washington happen in January or February, right when the Northwest weather is at its worst, making travel unpredictable. By hosting ours in May, the weather is way better for travel, and we're able to offer a much more enjoyable experience and bring folks in from all around the state. Our May timing doesn't just make it easier for visitors, it's also a big plus for the businesses that are marketing themselves. They can connect with a broader audience who are ready to get out, explore, and kick off their spring projects. With better travel weather, the start of the outdoor season, our home show gives businesses a perfect opportunity to make a lasting impression with folks coming in from all over the state. What really makes our expo special is that it's more than a home improvement showcase. We've designed it to be a community event with fun, family-friendly experiences for all ages. We've got activities for everyone. We have the Lego Brand Building Challenge, the Construction in Motion, which is a construction equipment place for kids, the site for them to climb on, explore. They can build PCB robots. They can build toolboxes, flower box, planter boxes, all that kind of fun stuff. In the last few years, we brought in a reptile exhibit and show from Tacoma. And last year we added a sugar glider adopt-a-thon. For the car and motorcycle show last year, we showcased a drag car previously owned by a renowned drag racer, Jack the Bear Coonrod. We fired it up to kick off the event in style. And this year we're adding a whole new element by inviting wood carvers from across Washington for live demos. It's going to be amazing. Unlike other shows run by corporate event management companies, we're the only nonprofit, privately managed, organized, and volunteer-run home expo in Washington. And we pour a lot of our heart into creating a community-focused event for everybody and families too. The funding we're applying for is critical to keep this one-of-a-kind experience growing and thriving. With this support, we'll be able to expand our marketing and reach, bringing even more out-of-area visitors and building our reputation as a top-notch, family-friendly event held right here in Kitsap. In 2024, we tracked attendance closely. We hit 9,275 guests. That was a solid 11% jump to 2023. Friday, we saw our biggest turnout yet for that day, which was exciting to see. The growth was directly tied to our ramped up marketing efforts made possible by this past year's LTAC grant. Without that support, we could not have reached these numbers or brought the same level of increased business to Kitsap. So beyond just drawing in attendees, we really do boost community involvement. The expo partners with the local groups like Habitat for Humanity, the parents and the children of North Kitsap Co-op School, West Sound Tech, and the Mason County CTE program. It's more than just a home show. It's a gathering place that gives visitors even more reasons to stay, explore, and invest in Kitsap. Our welcome booth is hosted by our local real estate agents. These professionals make a great welcome wagon because they have a deep local knowledge and connections and a genuine interest in helping newcomers feel at home in our community.
Our vision is to increase the expo attendance by 20,000 over the next few years, creating a regional event that brings significant economic benefits to Kitsap. LTAC funding has been essential in helping us expand our reach beyond county lines with effective marketing investments. Thanks to the support, we saw a noticeable increase in out-of-county guests with over 920 attendees traveling from beyond Kitsap, showing the real impact of our marketing. For 2025, our goal is to attract at least 2,000 out-of-county guests. Building on this momentum, to achieve this, we aim to enhance our marketing strategy further, implementing more comprehensive campaigns to reach a broader audience. As alternative funding sources are limited, LTAC remains a crucial partner in enabling our outreach and work. This year, our collaborations with firms like Boysenberry and Associates has expanded our audience across Washington and beyond, allowing us to secure media coverage that reaches neighboring counties and attracts out-of-state guests and members. The increase in attendance is directly linked to the LTAC funding we received, allowed us to create a targeted marketing campaign. We have implemented strategies like mail flyers, news articles, and targeted advertising focusing on drawing visitors from nearby counties. This approach has paid off, as shown in the data from our ticketing platform. A few examples of this are the 124 visitors that came from King County and the 39 guests that traveled from out of state, with the furthest guest coming from Florida. Collecting zip codes allows us to track these shifts, and we plan on building on this to attract even more diverse attendees in the upcoming years. Increased attendance from outside Kitsap County has positively impacted local businesses, with nearby hotels like Oxford and Suites and Silverdale reporting occupancy jumps from 51% to 78% over the expo dates. We gathered occupancy rates from several nearby hotels, including but not limited to Best Western in Silverdale, Bainbridge in Bremerton, and the Comfort Inn in Bremerton. All of these hotels showed an average increase during the event weekend of 74% compared to the same days in the previous year. This influx of visitors supports Kitsap hotels, restaurants, and retail, showing that the expo is a valuable driver of tourism.
LTAC funding is absolutely essential for us to keep up with the growing demand and to expand our reach. It's what makes it possible to cover all the marketing and logistics that bring big numbers of visitors, many who might not have otherwise found their way to Kitsap. No other funding source provides the same flexibility or impact that an event like this does. Supporting this event is a smart investment for Kitsap County. Every successful year, we're able to build on our reach and reputation, making Expo a solid tourism generator that brings back loyal visitors and pulls in new ones. With LTAC's backing, we can continue to grow the Expo into the must-attend event, bringing more people to Kitsap each year. This support doesn't just help us with our immediate needs, it lets us make improvements, expand our marketing, and really establish Kitsap as a stay and play destination. By investing together, LTAC helps ensure the Expo is a lasting contributor to Kitsap's economy and tourism.
The Expo thrives thanks to the dedicated support of around 150 local volunteers and generous sponsorships, highlighting our commitment to making the most of available resources effectively. However, marketing and PR funding remain essential to reach a broader goals and are not fully covered by existing legal capital. 100% of LTAC's funding that we received last year was spent on marketing outside Kitsap County. LTAC funding acts as a crucial investment, allowing us to establish these robust marketing and PR initiatives that attract a broader audience. With increased revenue generated from this growth, we can sustain and further expand these efforts, ensuring that the Expo continues to drive tourism revenue for Kitsap County here. In conclusion, the Peninsula Home and Remodel Expo is not just Kitsap County's largest home show, but is a vital driver of tourism in Kitsap and economic growth. Our family-friendly activities, from the Lego building challenge to the wood carving demonstrations, attracts a diverse audience, making the event a regional destination. LTAC funding is essential to sustaining and expanding this impact. We have already demonstrated our ability to boost local tourism with occupancy and increases at local hotels. With this funding as seed money, we can continue growing the Expo to a premier destination, increasing the attendance to 20,000 and beyond in upcoming years. By investing in our marketing efforts, we will directly support Kitsap's economic development, helping local businesses thrive and generate lodging tax revenue. This is a strategic investment in Kitsap County's future as a destination, and we are confident that your support, the Expo, will continue to bring lasting benefits to Kitsap. Thank you.
Yeah, 40
All right, committee.
So if let's say you got the 200,000, you had 11% growth last year, but we're this year.
At least 11%, so I'm probably aiming for about 20% this year.
how do you track the people from out of town?
We used a ticketing system this year, so when they sign up for a ticket, all we did is get their zip code, so we were able to see where they were coming from.
What does it cost to go to the event?
Yes, it was $10 this year.
So that's the ticket. All right.
And that's through that, huh?
Yes.
Right. What about same day ticket sales, like on site, if someone just shows up?
We did do that, yes, and we actually got card readers this year, so it would be a very, very smooth transition. We had a little bit of an issue last year, but next year should be much better.
Do you have a mechanism? I mean, is it card payment only? But if you accept like cash payments or tickets on spot, do you track zip codes or anything?
We did actually have some of our welcoming committee writing down. I'm sure we weren't able to completely get everyone, but they did. They were making a list as people were getting cash.
And you said a couple of hotels were increased earlier. Do you guys do like any kind of special room block rates with the hotels? Is that how you're able to track it?
We did not. We actually just asked them what their occupancy rates, the difference between them, just with the event going on. But this year we do plan on making it known on our website that we do have local.
We won't block out. What we'll do is we'll just ask for a special rate for the event.
We did have that this
You did
It's
have
say
last year?
event home expo. We made this change.
How many vendors do you actually get? How many are local versus, let's say, out of county?
We had over 160 vendors last year. I want to say probably 10% of those are coming from.
You get a lot of people from the Peninsula, like Port Angeles area coming down.
A few, yeah. We have a really nice outdoor living company that always comes as well.
But we do get several attendees that are coming from surrounding county, that area, Jason, Jefferson, Mason,
Right.
all that.
So on your financials, I just see a line item of the cars next door. Do you have anywhere where it's broken down between sponsorships and vendors? Who sends LTAC
We
funds?
can and we can give that to you. Yeah, I don't have it.
Have you gotten any LTAC funds from the communities?
We have applied for Bremerton, but we haven't.
We did one line item that the monies that we received from LTAC went to one company, and I use the company that I use for my hotel company, and so that company does PR marketing. They do all the everything that you can think of. So it just went to one company.
Any other questions? Okay, great. Good 6 minutes. Okay.
Very good.
Well, thank you so much for letting us start late.
Thank you.
Sorry,
No.
we're all confused. Thank you for reminding us.
We can see you down there.
Yeah, Phil, I got me. I was like, the word.
We're like, we think we're still at lunch.
I think I rushed you guys in here. And I didn't have to
Thank you very much.
But I
Thank
didn't
you
know
for
if you were
considering us.
signing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, thank you.
You did it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Art.
We have
Arts and Humanities, Bainbridge.
we have the signs on every door.
Well, I wonder if Nate, he was with the museum, would he be with that organization too?
No.
It's not
Signs are
September.
from Bainbridge Island.
Oh, right, never mind, sorry.
I went to a way back in the 90s, I think.
And they just put signs on every door.
I just.
Yeah. We're just pausing recording until the next applicant is here. Hi, Jackie. Are you all ready?
No, we don't have our timer.
Oh, yeah, okay. It'll be just a couple more minutes till a couple people regroup.
Let me see if she has her phone.
Somebody messed with phone right there. It's still, there's a white one. Sitting right by that water thing.
Oh,
no,
no,
that's the clock.
her timer.
That's the clock.
Now I can see why the roof leaks.
It's flat.
Yeah, I hear her phone buzzing.
Does anybody look flat roofs in this country?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you see over the Silverdale on the roof of the courthouse and the big plastic sheeting over the?
Oh, that
What was
is
the crane doing the other?
It's the whole HVAC replacement. They had to take down the old and bring in the new. That
That thing was huge.
When that whole building is leaked, that roof's leaked ever since it was built.
Well, see,
Including the glass roof.
yeah, our hotel, it's like that. Well, it's just a flat. It's like, so if it rains, you're just creating a lake.
Yeah.
It's just, there are drains, don't get me wrong. It's like.
And that's not a slope. You can see it.
You can see it, yeah.
But it's sloped.
Well, it's got some cool, on the other side, it's got some cool, because it's a green building and so filtration. If you drive down the other road over there, you'll see these chicken wire, like rectangles full of like mussel shells and rocks. And we have a cool, like a rain, one of those African rain sticks where the rain comes down through the middle of the office and it sounds like a rain stick. So it's just the roof part that's the issue.
Okay.
Jackie, I just allowed you to unmute.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
You.
Well, thank you so much for having me today. Should I jump right into a presentation for you?
Well, I'm just going to give you some of the ground rules here real quick. So this is interviews for the 2025 lodging tax fund distribution process. And just to let you know that this year we had 24 applicants that are going to be heard over the next 2 days with an ask of $4.1 million in lodging tax funds. And we have 1.3 million in lodging tax funds to disperse. So as I already mentioned, we're going to have presentations both today and tomorrow. And then at the conclusion tomorrow, we'll move into deliberations where we'll have discussion about how to disperse the funds. And that is open for you to listen in if you'd like. The deliberations are open, they're recorded, but there will not be an opportunity for you to speak at that point in time. We have 10 minutes to present here today. Sitting next to me is Vicki. She's going to have the clock, but she'll kind of give you a 5-minute warning and a 1-minute warning. She'll hold up and let you know when the time's up. And then at the conclusion of that 10 minutes for your presentation, there'll be 10 minutes for the committee to ask you questions. Okay?
Okay, perfect.
All right, well, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, my name is Jackie. I'm here from Arts and Humanities Bainbridge, and I'm here to ask for funding for our second annual Asian Arts and Heritage Festival, which will take place in May 2025. It is a month-long festival that celebrates and honors the contributions and rich heritage of Asian American, Native American, and Pacific Islander communities in Kitsap County.
Jackie, you froze. There we go. There you go. You just popped
Wait,
back.
unfrozen? Oh no.
If you want to go off camera, you can if you need to.
Okay. Let's see. I don't know where it froze, but the month-long festival includes several standalone events supported by Arts and Humanities that will culminate in a grand celebration on May 31st, 2025 at the Filipino Community Hall on the island. And during our first annual festival, the culmination day drew over 36.
Sorry, Jackie, you froze again.
Oh, she's not even.
She's under because I made her an attendee. She took off her camera. There you go. You can try that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our first festival drew over 3,600 attendees, and we're hoping for next year to improve upon those numbers and grow it even more. And we would love to have funding for marketing, especially in advertising, to draw more people from outside of our 50-mile radius to draw people in to spend money, stay for the weekend, and encourage them to get to know all of these amazing communities in our area. And that's, let's see. That's the gist of it. It's pretty short presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Jackie, how many people came from out of the 50-mile range? I mean, were you able to track that?
From what we were able to ping from cell phones, we had about 750 attendees come from outside the 50-mile radius.
Were you able to ping them to any type of hotel or overnight stay?
You know, we really didn't have time to set up anything that sophisticated. This was put together pretty quickly. We had about 3 months. So we anticipate measuring, using all those metrics for this year and really working with the tourism board and the local hotels to come up with packages to encourage people to stay for the weekend or 3 nights, hopefully, to be able to take in a lot of the standalone events that we offer as well.
You show that you had almost $45,000 in expenses, but your income was only $23,000.
No. Let me check here. The total income, that was just income in sponsorships that we're hoping to receive for this coming year.
Are you asking for any LTAC funds in any of the other areas?
No, not for this project.
Do you work hand in hand with the from our Bainbridge Island Museum of Arts?
Oh, we are not working with them on this project, but we do work cooperatively with them on other projects like the Bainbridge Creative District. We amplify some of their events and help them, and they help us with other things as well, but not for this.
Usually, but
Okay.
typically stays long.
Well, Jackie, apparently you've answered all the questions of the committee.
Well, thank you so much. I'm sorry it kept freezing, and good luck with the rest of your interviews.
Thank you.
All right, good luck. Thank you so much.
The next one is Kitsap History Museum, and I don't see Jeff Coughlin. I will go downstairs. So,
Yeah.
okay, then text me if we happen, if we miss each other or it comes up. Okay. We threw away our signs from last year. I had my 10 and my 5 and my, but I'm going to go make some, since I put way to get the screen.
Yeah, I'll bang on the.
We're up here.
That's the first book that was the one
Greg, when we did a house one, isn't one of the questions is, do you have a budget that could sustain without having our help? Isn't that one of them, or what is your plan to make it that you don't need?
So we're gonna pause recording until the next interview.
Hi.
Okay.
Hello.
Good afternoon. This is our 2025 lodging tax funds distribution discussion here. Next up is the Kitsap History Museum. And some things and rules and information for you. So this year there was a total of 24 applicants for county lodging tax, the total ask of $4.1 million. The committee is going to be dispersing up to $1.3 million in lodging tax. Over today and all day tomorrow, it's going to be the presentations by the applicants. And then the conclusion of the presentations tomorrow, we'll go into deliberations to discuss how we're going to disperse the money and who's going to get what. Today, your presentation you'll have 10 minutes to present. Time will be kept right there, and the conclusion of that 10 minutes, you know, 10 minutes of up to 10 minutes of questions from the committee. That'll help answer any questions they might have, and then as for deliberations, you'll be able to listen in if you'd like, or sit in the room. You won't be able to add anything to it, but you'll be able to listen to those discussions if you see fit to do so.
Great.
And with that, we'll go ahead and be ready.
Sure, let's do it.
Take it away.
All right, well, great to be here. I'm Jeff Coughlin. I'm Vice President and Executive Director of Kitsap History Museum, joined here with Lisa Hope, our Director of Development and Marketing. So we were founded in 1948. We've been around a little over 75 years, and our mission is to connect our community with each story. And we do that with our vast collection of artifacts and photographs, exhibits, programs, and marketing. For many decades, the museum used to be directly funded by the county as a line item. Since the Great Recession in 2008, we've been over on LTAC, where we really enjoy actually coming each year and getting to brag all the great stuff we're doing every year. So we fundraise as much as we can, apply for every grant that we can. But like most local museums across the country, we are principally founded over half by local governments. And one of the main purposes of LTAC money is to fund the operation of tourism-related facilities by nonprofits. And that includes our building and staff costs. So that's what we're principally applying for, as long as continued programming, new exhibits, and our marketing. So we have two locations. Our smaller one is a rural heritage building, a pole barn out of the county fairgrounds. We have a really great collection of exhibits on farming, fishing, and logging. We open every year for the county fair, had over 3,300 visitors this year, fully staffed, and we're working with the Parks Department on a new MOU to try and get open more often. Our main facility is downtown Bremerton, over 15,000 square feet, right on 4th Street, future site of Quincy Square. That is where we preserve and maintain over 40,000 artifacts and 100,000 photographs in our basement. We get about 100 research requests each year for research into those artifacts. We have two permanent exhibits. The first one is called Main Street, really cool immersive experience of shops and storefronts from the 1900s, along with a self-guided audio tour. And we have timeline, which covers from prehistory, geologic time, and Native American, all the way through farming, logging, and World War II with interactive elements. We have several rotating exhibits. This year, we wrapped up Journey to Kitsap, a really neat experience on the immigration to Kitsap, featuring several prominent families. And that got replaced with Trade of the Northwest, which is a collaboration with the Jayhawk Institute, founded by Suquamish members Dwayne and Betty Pasco. That focuses on Native American trade and the Chinook language. And Dwayne sadly just passed away a few months ago, so we're really honored to have his final work with us. We also opened this year her work, Our Story, which highlights the achievements of trailblazing women in Kitsap. Proud to partner with the YWCA, Daughters of the American Revolution, League of Women Voters, PTO International, and others on that exhibit. Upcoming for 2025, we're really excited for the opening of Quincy Square in downtown Bremerton. Going to be focused on arts and culture and have a large component of Black history. So we want a new exhibit on Black trailblazers in the county, and we're going to partner with local historians like Karen Vargas on that. We also, the other year, helped with Port Orchard's Downtown Walking Historic Tour, and this year we partnered with Leadership Kitsap for a brand new historic downtown tour in Bremerton with signage and maps. We have in our lobby a community case that's open to various groups and businesses to showcase their own history. We've had Holly Ridge and the Roller Derby, and this year also had West Sound Film Festival, which was downtown and brought in international and national visitors. We also have a bunch of digital exhibits on our website, like Filipino American Pioneers, and this year we added one on the history of Kitsap's mosquito ferry fleet in partnership with Olympic College students. And we digitized dozens of oral histories thanks to an intern from Colgate University that we had in cassette tapes. They're now online. Everyone can view them, including interviews with folks like Bill Gates Sr.
More than a dozen.
60 thank you. Dozens and dozens.
Dozens and dozens.
We partner with the Kitsap Children's Museum to provide physical space for their pop-up events. And our newest partnership is with the Downtown Bremerton Association. They're working on becoming a Main Street association that focuses on historic preservation and tourism. And now that they're located in the museum, we can now be open 6 days a week, Tuesday through Sunday. And with that, I'll pass it over to Lisa for marketing and programs.
Boy, that was a lot. Well, our marketing strategy is really twofold. One is to engage with our local Kitsap County residents, and then two, everyone beyond Kitsap County, so the whole rest of the world. To reach our local community, we use a variety of methods, including local advertising, partnerships, word of mouth, and vibrant social media campaigns. We also foster connections through community events and programming that celebrates our local history, such as we have a series called Uncorked that is every month at the museum, and it's always sold out. And we have on topics from everything from the history of Manette to Sasquatch. We also have our popular Eat Your Way to Kitsap History program, which has been going for 21 years now. And that's where we visit some historic site in the county, and then we have a meal together. And this year we had over 250 attendees, and we went to Burley, Eglon, the Filipino Hall on Bainbridge Island, Heronswood. So we try and hit all areas of the county. Extending our marketing beyond Kitsap County to reach a wider audience, we rely heavily on our digital marketing and optimizing our website's SEO, which is really how people find us online. We do this through our high quality content, such as our virtual exhibits, as Jeff mentioned. And we have articles on our programs and events on our website. And we use backlinks from other sites, tourist sites such as Visit Kitsap or Love Kitsap, which you're probably all familiar with. And so they link back to our website on those. Also, reviews from visitors is really important in increasing our website visibility. When people are planning a stay or a visit to Kitsap County, they will Google things to do in Kitsap County. And because of the work that we've done, the Kitsap History Museum now features on that top 10 list. So we're really proud of that. And obviously we use social media for both local and abroad marketing. Now, thanks to our new digital visitor survey, which people have to take when they enter the museum, we're now able to gain valuable insights into who's coming, who's visiting, where they're visiting from, and how they found out about us. And this helps us regularly improve and adjust our marketing based on this digital dashboard that really helps us. And these marketing strategies have paid off. We have a 72% increase in our website traffic this year. And some of those virtual exhibits that we were talking about had over a 200% boost. We're also on track to reach 10,000 in-person visitors this year, which is amazing. And a third of those people traveling more than 50 miles away, and a quarter of those people coming from outside of Washington State. Our community programs have increased by 160% in attendance, and overall museum attendance is up 40% compared to last year. We have reported over 4,700 paid overnights, which is supporting the local economy through our increased tourism. Perhaps most exciting though, we've been added to the American Cruise Line's list of excursions for next year. So we're excited about that, and it really solidifies our role in Kitsap's tourism landscape. Through these efforts, we're proud to serve as an integral part of Kitsap County's cultural heritage and tourism economy, while remaining true to our mission statement of connecting our community with each story. So with that, I will turn it back to Jim to wrap up.
I think it's so neat that we've tracked people from 33 different states and over 8 different countries as well. So I think we do a ton. It's tough to hit it in 10 minutes, a lot on a really small budget. I want to highlight we only have 1.5 staff members. Lisa's our full-time staff member. Me and other board members volunteer, a big array of volunteers, and we have a part-time marketing assistant and front desk person. And so compare this to something like the Navy Museum that has over 8 staff members. I think we have a lot of bang for our buck. And so as far as the budget goes, we are asking for more than last year, and this is really due to rising costs. Salaries keep rising due to competition and Washington's minimum wage for exempt employees. We've tried to cut costs. We did have an exhibits director we let go at the start of this year, just looking at forecasting, and we've moved to a community model of doing exhibits like you've heard about described. Our utility expenses are up almost 50% from 2 years ago. We've worked with Puget Sound Electric. They've come in and installed new LED lighting, which we hope will help some, but costs keep going up, and that includes maintenance costs too. So a lot of museums will actually have their building owned and maintained by the local jurisdiction or the local city or government. We own our own building, but that also comes with paying all the maintenance costs. So we're really proud. We stacked 3 different grants we worked on over the past 2 years to raise enough money to replace our roof, which is desperately needed. So we're getting that next year. But that's a lot of work and time that go into grants that doesn't funding the basic operation costs. And then of course, just everything, programs, marketing, all go up as well. So I'll just kind of close with, we're asking for what we really need to keep operating as we are and as we have been. I think we're on a really great trajectory. And I know you all have some tough choices to make, and you have a lot of asks for pure marketing dollars. And I just ask to consider on allocating money of making sure that you have a tourism facility, that there is something here for Kitsap County to market in the first place when you look at prioritizing. And we're just excited to keep doing good work and be part of the Kitsap County tourism experience. Thank you all.
16 seconds. Wow. Glad I cut out that last paragraph.
Okay. With that, does the committee have any questions? Did they give you any reason why you're doing so much?
Looking at that.
Not that I was digging into it, and I went back both in our budget, our books, and to the actual, Puget Sound website going back 5 or 6 years, and it was, started with like $8,000 back 6 years ago, and the latest is over 14. And I looked
Same
at
amount of
the kilowatt hours have been
you
the
said
same.
the
So,
same.
but yeah, that's gone up. Gas has gone up.
No,
No. I think it's worth continuing to look into though, for sure.
it was helpful. They came out and did a whole audit, and they did come up and we did a lot of our lighting, which was through a grant, so that was nice. Have you guys been to the museum? You gotta come. It's great.
Is there like a subscription to find out all of these?
Just through our website. And then obviously we have a newsletter too. You can join up, you can sign up on the newsletter, and that's a big part of our marketing as well. Obviously that's in our stuff. But so that's mostly, and then Facebook, lots of postings on social media.
We have a membership program too, where you get escalating perks the higher membership you subscribe to. at the top levels, you get access to the NARM, which is the National American Museum Association, and Blue Star Museums, which also help market us across the county and get you access to thousands of museums across the country for free.
Yeah, but and I think it's important to note too that we are a free museum, so that's really important to us to keep our museum accessible to everybody. And in the past, we did used to charge an admission fee, and eventually decided to let go of the admission fee. And luckily that we've kind of it evens out between what we used to charge for admission and then what
donations we get from.
Yeah, it's donations.
Folks walk in, we say we are free, but donations extremely appreciated and kind of a donate what we can.
So that is important to us to stay free to the public and accessible.
With the new visitor survey touchscreen system that you all got in now, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's awesome. How many actual survey completions have you would you estimate you've gotten today?
We're right now about, let's look at it, like 45% of people complete it.
Yeah.
So that means,
I mean, some people come in and they don't want to do it.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we just record them as attendance, but yeah, we're getting close to 50% completion. And then we're free, but please fill out our survey and show them right there.
And what I find is interesting is that if you're at the front, when people are now doing this survey, it actually leads to more discussions about where they came from, what they're doing that day. And I just learned so much information from being there and talking to people. Yeah. So it's kind of changed the whole kind of entering into the museum. And I've just learned so much more from having that.
We do, and it has the standard LTAC questions of, where you coming? Are you staying overnight? Miles, all the paid nights, or unpaid, and all those, as well as, how did you hear about us? And that was fascinating because we, for a long time, still looking at it, the rat cards that kind of go on the ferries. We thought that was a really good way to reach people. And it was only 3% of people were saying they found out us from the rat cards. Like 40% was just, they were in town and they saw all the signage. Well, let me check that out. And the rest is really online, either Google or Apple Maps or searching just straight internet or for Facebook. That's been really illuminating.
Yeah.
Have you all taken advantage of Instagram? Or you have an Instagram account?
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. A lot. And well, we had planned to do an Instagram wall to make it more exciting. But we have yet to, a selfie wall, but we have yet to implement that yet because we're kind of still on space. So it's like history or Instagram.
But yeah, Lisa's really blasting out every day, either what we're doing or just neat tidbits about county history that then highlight the museum. And you've had some go, completely organic, not paying for any boosting, but have.
You would think that history was a lot of people think history is boring. Some of those posts I did it's called By God's Businesses, and I post every week of old business that used to be somewhere in Kitsap County. And some of them are, the interaction is crazy. People have got, oh, my aunt worked there, and oh, I knew so-and-so, oh, those were the nicest people. And there's all these different groups, history groups. And there was one that got over 40,000 a reach. And like to us little history museum, that's like viral. So it's like, how 40,000 people? That's crazy. So it's super fun because there is just a really great group of audience of people. And obviously that has to be larger than Kitsap County. And it was getting shared and passed and, different history groups especially there's Puget Sound history groups. But so it's just really fun to engage with people on these topics. So
I'm excited to hear how the cruise.
Me too. Yeah, I am too. They've been in several times and we've been kind of working out what we do, and we're not doing a big long tour of the museum. We're giving them kind of a short tour, and then they'll be able to go on their own. And so
that includes hopefully passing with the new downtown walking maps and saying check out all the other historic buildings, and pretty much every historic building is now a business. So it's also go shop and go check out downtown and also check out the history.
How much of your floor space is DVA going to take up with their new hub?
What's neat is they're basically they have one full-time employee, their executive director, And so she is now staffing the desk a couple times a week. And so she's basically
When we're
just
not
using the,
there.
using the desk space, the front desk space. And then they have the storage room in the basement, but that's basically it. So.
And we've got plans for the upgrading our
Oh, yes,
shop.
yeah,
Yeah,
on the storage
yeah.
desk as well, yeah.
So we'll kind of probably split that shop. I mean, we've already tried to have a Bremerton type of memorabilia stuff, and so we're just gonna expand on.
Yeah,
all of them.
and Kitsap in general.
Yeah.
Any other LTAC funding that you've applied for?
Applying for
Bremerton.
Bremerton as we do every year.
Mhm.
And so we're always hopeful. That's always a much lower pot of money. A lot of rededicated. So that's always a fight on that one each year. But we're going hard on it as well. And then we have looked into all the other cities, but it's been hard to tie in. I know like Polsville, we talked directly to them, didn't qualify, but now.
Yeah, I mean, we do our UA through Kitsap history, but they're often out, not in the city part, they're out in the county.
Yeah.
So none of those things really qualify that much. So. Yeah.
More questions? That concludes our-
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your service. Thank you.
Yeah.
For the rest of your day.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nobody responded. Oh, hang on.
Just one more?
So.
Oh, we're going.
I may have a lighter. Hold on. The next interview. 2:30.
By 2:30? I think she's trying to do that.
Okay, I just asked, Visit Bainbridge Island if they wanted to come on at 2:15. We'll see what they say, because they're saying that they're all available, kind of jumping in and out. Kelly is online right now. I don't see that Christina, I'm gonna butcher her name. The Varnick is on, so, and they're kind of all the same group. But while they're thinking about that.
I'm gonna pause the recording till the next interview.
So much. My name is Juan Gallastegui. I'm the Executive Director of the Bremerton Symphony. I would like to thank you all very much for the opportunity to present our grant application for next cycle. You want me to begin already, or do?
I just wanted to welcome you to the 2025 Kitsap County Lodging Tax Advisory Committee hearings. There's a total of 24 applicants for 2025 that have applied for funding with a total ask of $4.1 million. And we have $1.3 million to disperse amongst those. As we go into this, you're going to have 10 minutes to make your presentation. And Vicki here is going to be kind of let you know when there's a 5-minute warning and a 1-minute warning when your time's up. And then from there, there will be 10 minutes for questions from the committee that are all sitting here. We'll have hearings the rest of today and tomorrow. And at the end of the conclusion of the hearings tomorrow, we'll move into deliberations to determine how we're going to allocate the funding. During those deliberations, you're welcome to attend and listen in if you'd like. You would not be able to provide any commentary. speak to anything, but if you'd like to listen in, you're welcome to do so.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
And with that, we're going to give the floor to you.
Okay, thank you so much. As I said, this is a privilege to be here to be able to present once more our application for the lodging tax request. The Bremerton Symphony, as the premier symphony in the Kitsap County, has received this grant in past years, and we are very proud of that. This was mainly before the time of COVID. We could not apply for the grant in the last few years, and now that I'm the new executive director, I've been with the Symphony for only 3 months. We resume our writing and our applications of the grants that we believe are something that we fit in. So this in particular, the lodging tax grant is something that we feel that is something that our organization would benefit greatly from, mainly because our budget for the marketing decreased a lot after we didn't have the opportunity to apply for this grant. The Symphony offers concerts in mainly Bremerton, and we are now trying to expand to Gig Harbor. We have a concert this season. We are preparing the association actually to move next year. As a symphony orchestra, we plan our seasons almost half the season ahead. So it's 24-25 for next season. This is something that I showed in our grant application, but I don't know if I succeed to explain that, and I will explain a little bit more in a few minutes. So with this grant application, what we want is to expand outside the Kitsap County and to reach out to the counties around ourselves. We already have some of our budget allocated in specifically for the radio advertisements and marketing in the Seattle area, and it's something that we believe is really appreciated by some of our patrons comes from Seattle and spend a lot of time in the city, in the county, and this is why we keep trying to advertise outside the county. Now it's very heavy in our budget, and this is why we need this application and this grant. The marketing strategy explained in the application shows you how we would include and what our plans are for the marketing. You have the printed advertisement. We want to mail podcasts, especially invest more money in the radio spots on King FM. We are already doing social media marketing in Facebook and Instagram, and we want to begin using other email blast campaigns with other means. We are looking into other places where we can advertise that campaign. We believe that we can reach more than 3,000 people this way, that we can bring in the whole season 2024-2025 that many of new patrons. Again, our seasons goes from September, October to 1 year to the June of the next one. And what you are looking in our application, in our grant application, is from January 2025 to December 2025. That means that the budget showed in that grant application is not complete because our 2025-2026 season budget is not yet ready. So what we included in there in that budget is actually half of that. But the numbers that we provided in the grant application, that would be the total if we get this grant. We are asking for $34,000. Thank you. $34,000 out of the what we estimate it would total be $67,000. Of course, in that budget we include part of our own volunteers hours that are in kind to our organization. We also have some of the fees that we are already paying for our conductor and our bookkeeper. We want to engage with a marketing consultant outside, external to our organization, and this will be, of course, paid with the grant to help us to create a much more specific marketing. As of right now, my staff does not include a marketing consultant or a marketing a specific person between myself and the communications manager. We are trying to do all of these things. I want to point out specifically to the conductor, our maestro Alan Fatherman has his own circle of activities that we call the civic group conductors circle, in which with the help again of this application we engage with different civic and business groups. We send either our conductor or myself in this case to talk with those business groups. This is all over the county, including Olympia, Port Townsend, Shelton, all these places that we want to expand to and use the money that we will get from this grant to be able to achieve all of these places. We also included the indicators of how we are gonna prove that we are using this grant correctly, and how we think that we are gonna reach so many people. We have the quantitative performance indicators, the number of attendees. Of course, this is all given to us by our ticketed system. The distance traveled by the attendees is something that we do in after concert service that we are gathering, number of first-time visitors as well, things like that. And the qualitative survey questions, again, all in the after math of the concerts. We have questions like, how did you hear about the symphony? How do you have an overall did you have an overall positive experience, and things like that. And this is among other things, how we think that we can show that the grant is allocated incorrectly in what we offer and what we are saying in our grant application. And with that, I think that everything else, you have it there. Oh, I did want to mention one more time that in the budget, at the end of the budget, when I put on our grant application the marketing budget that we have, snapshot of what we have currently for our budget, that is only for 2024. The current one. So you are not seeing what we would be able to change for next year, 2025, 2026 budget. And thank you so much for your time right now. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Up to 10 minutes for questions. Anybody on that? First?
Well, I'll go. You talked about tracking through your ticket locations where people came from. Do you have any numbers for last year that you could share with us?
With the we didn't. Oh, you mean from our own?
Right.
Yes. I think it was included in the grant application, but we think that we reached about 3,000 people. That we think that's our the number that we could aim. We are talking about 6 cycles of concerts. We also bring a lot of people in our education concerts. We actually have full houses. The house that we use for the education concert is the Central Kitsap, the Bremerton High School, and that's around 1,200 seats, and we have already sold 2 houses for the education, and it's not only for schools around. We know that there are schools outside the county that bring the students, especially the at home students.
Say that you have 6 concert cycles, what period is the start of your cycle, since you're talking like 24-25 budget or 24-25 season versus 25-26 season?
Yes, so it would be our season goes from October to June. So in the current season 2024-2025, the concerts that would enter what I included in the grant application would be the concerts from February to June 2025, and then you would need to see, once we have the next seasons, the concerts going from September to December. Our whole season always goes from October to June next season.
Perfect. I'm curious as to how many events or how many concert series or things that you can host that are in a time frame or a timeline that would require overnight stays. How can you quantify that part of it? So thinking about
the ones that we usually think that are more attractive and brings more people are the one during the holiday. Of course, we have a very specific programming for the holiday, which is the Messiah and the Nutcracker. We always sell the full house there, and it's usually sometime in December, where the city is in the holiday mood, so people try to stay around for more than one night. Our concerts actually are usually at 3 p.m. Going for about 2 hours most of the time, and there are quite a amount of people that, if they are coming from outside the county, that they prefer to stay around. Again, this is something that we ask in our surveys, and we've had in the past data that shows that this is something that we can pursue even more.
That concludes the questions from the committee.
Thank you so very much for your time, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Next one. So we're on break until 3:20, and then we have Greater Kingston Community Chamber. And I did my solve one.
We're gonna pause the recording.
Hey, so we're back for the 2025 Lodging Tax Advisory Committee hearings. Next up is the Greater Kingston Community Chamber of Commerce. So this year we have 24 applicants that have applied for lodging tax funds with a total ask of $4.1 million. We are looking to distribute $1.3 million of lodging tax funds. We are conducting hearings both today and tomorrow, and then concluding tomorrow, we're hoping to move into deliberation on how to allocate those funds. Those deliberations will be broadcast or be on Zoom, so if you'd like to participate and listen in, It'll be available. You won't be able to participate, but you'll be able to listen on it if you'd like to do so. As for your presentation today, you'll have 10 minutes to present. We'll be here to have a timer. We'll pull it up for you so you get kind of an idea where you're at. And at the conclusion of that 10 minutes, there'll be another 10 minutes for questions from the committee. Okay?
Perfect.
All right. It's all yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kylie Roos, and I am the Executive Director for the Greater Kingston Community Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center. I just wanted to start off my presentation by saying how grateful I am for the opportunity to present to your committee today regarding our request for the lodging tax funds for 2025. Sorry, it's like 2005. Nope. First, I want to express our heartfelt thanks for your support over the last couple of years. The funding we received was crucial in promoting the Greater Kingston area, particularly the unincorporated areas of North Kitsap, including Kingston, Hansville, Fort Gamble, Eglon, Indianola, and Suquamish. This region often lacks additional city-supported tourism resources, which makes our work vital for the community. The Greater Kingston Visitor Center operates within our chamber office, strategically located on Washington Boulevard, directly in front of the Kingston Ferry, which serves both the Washington State Ferry and the Kitsap Transit Fast Ferry. This prime location ensures high visibility and easy access for visitors. Our visitor center is open 5 days a week and serves as a hub for promoting the entire Kitsap County area with a special focus on the unincorporated regions we represent. We are the only visitor center that operates in unincorporated North Kitsap. To give you some history, for the past 47 years, the Chamber has been dedicated to fostering a vibrant business community in North Kitsap. Since 2008, we've also operated the Greater Kingston Visitor Center. After temporarily closing due to COVID-19 and operating for a brief period remotely, our office has officially been open for 2 years now and has been seeing a steady flow of visitors eager to explore our region from not only all over Washington State and the United States, but even from all different countries. I currently manage the visitor center alone, with plans to recruit volunteers to extend our hours to be open on the weekends and to better serve our community. Tourism plays a critical role in our local economy. We partner with our local hotels, Airbnbs, bed and breakfast, and other local businesses and organizations to promote events and experiences that attract visitors to Kingston. Our proposal for 2025 builds on the successes of previous years and seeks to expand our outreach. We are excited to develop a 2025 visitors guide that will showcase the best places to visit, shop, and dine in the Greater Kingston area and North Kitsap. This guide will be distributed to local hospitality partners, ensuring every business has a chance to be highlighted. Importantly, all businesses, regardless of chamber membership, will be included in this guide. In addition to our visitors guide, we are prioritizing the development of an updated downtown Kingston walking map for 2025. This map will be available in both print and digital formats, providing visitors with a convenient and user-friendly resource to explore local attractions, dining options, and points of interest. By enhancing wayfinding in our community, we aim to encourage exploration and engagement with the unique offerings of downtown Kingston. We're also committed to maintaining and enhancing our new outdoor interactive digital kiosk, which provides visitors with valuable information on local businesses, events, and attractions. The kiosk was funded through a generous Community Connections Kitsap Bank grant, has become a crucial resource for visitors, and we aim to keep it updated with the latest information. The kiosk is situated at the Port of Kingston, conveniently located at the base of the Washington State Ferry and the Kitsap Transit Fast Ferry dock. In addition, our dedicated website, explorekingstonwa.com, launched with previous lodging tax funding, serves as a comprehensive platform for tourism information, connecting visitors with local attractions and events. We will continue to enhance the site to drive more tourism to our area. As reflected in our budget, we are seeking additional funding for website maintenance to ensure our tourism site remains up to date and filled with accurate information for visitors. As I'm sure most of you know, our Chamber and Visitor Center has a proud history of supporting community events that attract visitors from all over, including the Kingston Wine and Brew Fest, Kingston Cove Christmas, and Kingston Concerts on the Cove. We're seeking funding to enhance these events further, creating high-quality promotional materials and expanding our outreach through various marketing channels. For instance, the Kingston Concerts on the Cove series held at the picturesque Mike Wallace Waterfront Park will feature local musicians and aims to draw visitors from across the West Sound region. While we do receive sponsorships for these concerts, those funds are allocated directly to the costs of the bands. To effectively advertise, promote, and market the concert series, we do require additional funding. We are also seeking funding specifically for the promotion and advertising of the 2025 Kingston Wine and Brew Fest. Thanks to last year's funding, we specifically for the promotion and advertising of the 2025 Kingston Wine and Brew Fest. Thanks to last year's funding, we successfully hosted a large festival to date, attracting over 500 attendees from across Washington and even from out of state. To build on this momentum, we plan on enhancing our marketing efforts through various channels, including Spotify, Cascade Media, /PBS, Facebook, alongside with both printed and digital advertising, and West Sound Magazine and the Kitsap Sun. Additionally, we aim to allocate funds to ensure that the Kingston Wine and Brew Fest website remains up to date with current information, helping visitors easily access details about this event, participating vendors, ticket purchasing options, and even showcase local places to stay overnight. By investing in these promotional efforts, we can significantly increase attendance and enhance the overall experience for festival goers, ultimately benefiting our local businesses and the Kingston community. Additionally, our regional advertising strategy will utilize a mix of local and regional publications, including the Washington State Visitors Guide, Visit Seattle Visitors Guide, and Sound Publishing Guide materials. Publishing guides materials to position Kingston as an attractive destination for tourists. Our collaboration with Visit Kitsap Peninsula and the Kitsap Tourism Coalition will amplify our promotional efforts, ensuring we reach a broader audience while enhancing tourism infrastructure in our region. With the funding we have received over the past 2 years, we have successfully advertised in both the Washington State Visitors Guide and the Seattle Visitors Guide. These publications are distributed at visitor centers, information kiosks, and various outlets throughout 10 states, as well as in Vancouver and British Columbia, so significantly expanding our reach and visibility. As always, our primary focus is to foster collaboration versus competition. This commitment drives us to work closely with our other local chambers of commerce and visitor centers throughout Kitsap County, as well as our local destination marketing organization, Visit Kitsap Peninsula. And additionally, our partnership with the Kitsap Tourism Coalition strengthens our collective efforts to promote the region, ensuring that businesses benefit from a united approach to tourism. Ultimately, our mission is to ensure every visitor and business owner feels welcome in our vibrant community. We believe that with the continued support from the Kitsap County Lodging Tax Funding, we can drive tourism and economic growth throughout Kingston and the Kitsap County region. Thank you for considering our request. We are excited about the potential to continue enhancing our community through these initiatives. Again, just want to thank you for taking the time to listen to me and my presentation, and I'd like to turn it over to you guys if there's any questions. One thing I did want to note is that due to my pregnancy brain, I was relying on Excel to add up my budget correctly, and I realized while looking through my budget, it did not add up correctly. So all the numbers are correct, but for the total line item budget of request funding, it should be 70,100 and not 59,700. So if you were to add up the numbers that was on the budget provided to you guys, it would add up to the 70,100. So I am sorry about that.
Is that what your total ask is then?
Yes, so our total ask should be $70,100 and not the $59,700. After watching other people's presentations and looking at their budgets, I was like, you know, I should probably go through mine. And I was like, wow, that's not right.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move into questions.
Well, I always ask this one question: how do you track people coming from outside the 50 miles?
So in our visitor center specifically, we do ask for their zip codes when they enter into our office. And then for specific events, we do keep track of the zip codes when they're buying tickets online. So for our Wine and Brew Fest, for example, we're able to keep track of all of the people's zip codes that are coming through the event. And if they buy their ticket at the door, we ask for zip codes as well as all of our other events that we do.
And so can you just give an estimate of what numbers maybe you think that
Yeah, so specifically for the visitor center or specific events?
Go ahead and do both if you want.
I was gonna say, generally, people who are coming to our visitor center are outside of the 50 miles plus. We've gotten people from France and Japan and things like that. So I would say probably like at least 75% of people who come to our visitor center are coming 50 miles plus looking for information.
And what's the total for the visitor center?
So for the year,
Yeah, for the year.
I was gonna say we receive about, off the top of my head,
Just rough estimate.
yeah, rough
More
estimate.
than 2 and less than.
Probably receive an average of over 200 people a month that come to the visitor center. Yes. And we do, yeah, we ask them for their information when they stop by. So that's the way we like to track it, is just that one-to-one personal experience.
Do you see a lot of people coming to the beer fest?
Yes, we do. So this one was our largest one that we posted. So we had over 500 people. In the last year, I think we received about like 350. So quite the influx of people. And we were working really closely with the Kitsap Tourism Coalition, who helped them advertise for our event. So that was amazing.
And how many from out of the area?
Out of the area, at least over 200 people from out of the area, based on the 50-mile plus zip codes. And then just so you guys know, through the Kingston Wine and Brew Fest website, we do also have an accommodation spot on the website where people can book directly to stay overnight.
Do you know how many people utilize that?
You know, I haven't looked at those numbers specifically, but I do work with the Point Casino in Kingston, as well as some local Airbnbs, and they're generally full throughout that weekend. I can't say if it's directly related to the event specifically, because I haven't been able to ask that before, but it's definitely something we should do.
Have you been able to look at your click-throughs on the lodging links on your actual website?
You know, on the actual website, we do get the analytics. I haven't looked at it this year, but I was given analytics from like what the Tourism Coalition did for advertising. So that was really cool to see for specifically the Wine and Brew Fest. Oh, and then also the analytics from like Facebook and Spotify from people out of the area who were clicking through. That was very cool to see.
So you guys work with Visit Seattle. Have you worked with Visit Seattle before? Or is this the first year?
So the first time we worked with them was 2 years ago when we received funding. So we advertised in the Visit Seattle Visitor's Guide as well as the Washington State Tourism Guide. So that was the first year we got funding to be able to do that.
Did you see, well, I guess, did you see an ROI on that? Or because just I've worked with them before myself, and they are very focused on Seattle.
I was gonna say, off the top of my head, now that you asked that, I didn't really ask for specific items, but I will say the same company was doing the Washington State Tourism Guide, so it was kind of a deal for us to advertise in both. Yes.
So this is, I'm with the Cultural Arts Foundation Northwest, and I see on your calendar page, you also put other community projects that are in there.
Mm-hmm.
So if we contact you, you would.
Yes, so if you are interested, our through our chamber website and through our tourism website, Explore Kingston Law, you are able to add your own events, and we promote events all throughout the area just because we're not just mainly focused on Kingston. So anybody's able to add their own event.
Right. You'll get something.
Okay, will do.
So you mentioned that you had received funding from us in the past. Did you receive funding last year?
Yes, so we received funding last year as part of the Kitsap Tourism Coalition.
Oh.
Yes. Okay. So I believe there were six or seven different organizations that were part of the Kitsap Tourism Coalition, and last year we all applied as a group.
Oh, okay.
So this year we're just choosing to apply separately, but still in collaboration with both them and Visit Kitsap Peninsula, so we can do just a little bit more.
How much do you feel like you got out of last year's pot of money?
Last year's, I want to say it was around 35,000. And then the year before, when we applied on our own, we received 75,000.
See what you're planning on doing?
I will say, you know, just because we are applying on our own, last year we were able to work with the coalition, and the advertising that we did as a group effort, it kind of outweighed some of the money we didn't receive. So in terms of like, we didn't have to pay out of pocket for the Washington State Visitors Guide this last year because they advertised for the whole county, which was nice. Because we do want to see that, you know, from them. It's just, we can do a little bit more on our own.
I'm curious about the program bags. What are they? What do you put in them? And
oh yeah, so the
distribution?
program bags that go to like the different Airbnbs and Point Casino and things like that. They're little goodie bags with visitor information for anybody who's staying from out of the area. So it's brochures and little things that businesses want to put, sometimes coupons and things like that. We've also done it in the past for what's it called, like boaters. Yacht clubs that come. The Port of Kingston has asked us to put together little bags for them too. So we've been able to do that, get some gift cards and certificates that businesses are willing to put in. So that's always nice.
How many of those do you typically do?
You know, it's kind of on request, I was gonna say, but generally we're dropping off, you know, anywhere from like 50 to 100 per month, just based off of what they need. And then Airbnbs and the Point Casino will come to us if they need more too. Sometimes they'll just stockpile their own stuff. So, yeah. Oh.
Okay. That concludes our presentation. Thank you very
Now
much.
I can read. No. Thank you.
Thanks for coming all the way down.
Yes, thank you for having me and letting me go early.
Yeah, well, but you're going the opposite way.
Yes.
We'll miss it.
Yeah.
That'll be nice.
So now we're just need to wait for.
Oh, yes, I did sign it. Yes. You know, actually, I have to go back. So it's right.
So either one of those two logging on, we'll see what we get.
Sometimes they just pop in all of a sudden. Cody was on there earlier, but I don't see him now.
Yeah, there's a call, yes.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
See you later. I think we're gonna have to find a way to either pack up everything and bring it back or
The
ask
card,
them.
the card's right here.
The card.
We're gonna just pause recording again.
We did one more.
That is from.
Thank you for the grace.
Okay.
Recording?
Yep.
Okay, and we're back for our 2025 lodging tax distribution committee hearings. So next up is the Porter Chamber of Commerce. You're going to present. You're going a little early.
I am a little early.
Thank you for that.
Hey,
Of course.
Yeah.
We have 24 different applications to get through this year, which I guess is a record, and with asks totaling $4.1 million. We have $1.3 million to disperse. And so you are the next to last presentation for day one. Tomorrow we will continue this with the other 12.
Yeah.
And upon completion of that, we will go into deliberations, or we'll discuss how we're gonna divvy it all up, and which you're welcome to listen in on if you'd like, either person or on Zoom.
Okay.
You will not be able to provide any commentary, but you can listen in.
Okay.
As for your presentation, you have 10 minutes to present. So the time will be kept right there.
Great.
You should give you a warning. You get close to the end, and then upon conclusion of your presentation, there will be 10 minutes for questions by the committee. Justin has left us. Is he online? Is he on there? Who's going to listen in? I don't.
I texted him.
Okay, so he should probably be jumping on.
Okay.
So listening. So with that, do you have any questions?
No?
Okay, well, I guess the floor is yours.
Perfect.
Take it away.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cody Clark. I'm the Executive Director of the South Kitsap Chamber of Commerce. We have been a chamber for quite a bit of number of years. I've been the Executive Director for 6 months.
It's been absolutely amazing. But one of the things that I get the pleasure of doing is leading the charge in upgrading and continuing to do more than what we are already doing. The Chamber has done quite a few events throughout the years. We do a few events that are pretty consistent. This is our first time asking for county LTAC on our own. And so I have been really working toward figuring out ways to bring people here. I was born and raised right here in South Kitsap, graduated from South Kitsap High School, went to Olympic College. I live in Bremerton with my wife who works at Kitsap Mental Health. Been here my entire life. And so I love to see that our community is growing and bringing people in and helping our economy that way. You'll see in the events I'm going to talk about here in a second why I think that those are events that can help bring people in. So there's two events specifically. One is the Kitsap Cornhole Classic Finals. So we every year do the Kitsap County Cornhole Classic. It's had some pretty decent success in the years. This year was our most successful in that we had sorry, I'm blanking on how many teams we had. 35-ish teams. But in that, we've had more community involvement. We had multiple food trucks there. And the way that we've done it in the past is that it's a one-day event where we bring people in, they get to have fun, and then they go. This year, we're doing things a little bit differently in that we're going to have preliminary events throughout the county, hopefully. And then at the end of that, we will do a final day tournament, and that will bring in people from across the county, but with the amount of advertising that we're wanting to do, we will be hopefully bringing people in from throughout Washington. I don't know if you guys know, but cornhole is a very large up and coming sport, so much so that it's on ESPN now. We are working with the Kitsap Cornholers. They started helping us this year run that event. And so we would love to be able to promote this throughout Washington, really see a huge turnout coming in and having a lot of fun. The hope is to work with some of our Airbnbs and our hotels to figure out what we can do to best get people here and stay overnight. And then the second event we're going to be working on is the Kitsap County Brew Fest. I don't know if you know this, but there's not a ton of beer events that happen in Washington anymore. There used to be upwards of 20 throughout the state. Now there's not really that many. We used to have the Bremerton Brew Fest that was done for years and years, and it was in partnership with the Washington Brewers Guild. That has since fallen off. I would love to see that come back, see something like that come back, in that the Kitsap County Brew Fest would be a partnership between breweries and coffee shops. Two things that Washington is very known for, coffee and beer. But then even more so, in that we have a ton of breweries here in Kitsap County that deserve to be showcased, that get an opportunity to do something a little fun and experimental, bring people in and do beer, coffee tastings. There will be a competition between the breweries on best overall, most unique, and most coffee forward. Again, working with our local Airbnbs, working with our hotels to see what we can do to entice people to stay here. On top of that, hopefully working with local restaurants to even then take on some of that beer afterwards, so that people have the opportunity to experience those things. Overall, a lot of what I'm asking for is being able to promote. One of the things that we want to do is a billboard for cornhole. That costs a lot of money, but being able to get our two major events throughout the county, promote it within a 50 to 100-mile radius, bringing people in. This is something, these are two events that I believe, cornhole has been around for we've done 5 of them now. The hope is that we can continue to make it grow. And we have the opportunity to have the South Kitsap Brew Fest be a little bit more, it has the ability to be repeatable year after year. Again, coffee and beer are two major things here in Kitsap County, even and our state. So the total amount that I requested was $21,431. That's kind of my presentation. I've never done this before, so yeah.
All right.
That's really it. The chamber's hope really is to bring tourism here. One of the things that we are passionate about is bringing people to our community, supporting our community. We've done that. We've really made an effort to show people in the last 6 months that the chamber is here to work with other entities in our community to build relationships, support our business community, and then of course boost our economy.
So what months are you trying to do both of those activities?
So the finals for cornhole are in August, and then the Brewfest would be, I believe we have in early May is the hope. Coffee beer is a spring/winter beverage, but we wanted to be able to do this outside. So then bring in vendors, we then could bring in bands, we could then fit more people outside. In May, we have a chance of rain, yes, but also a chance of sunny, semi-warm weather.
The reason I ask is that a lot of the hotels and stuff like to do. One of the goals is to bring people in on the off months.
Yes.
And May is right in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. Just curious.
Of course, yeah.
And the other thing is, being a beer drinker, there are a lot of beer activities throughout the year. I think Port Townsend does a beer fest, and so have you looked around to make sure you're not competing with other?
Yes, and this is the only. This would be the only coffee beer specific event that I've seen in Washington.
Right.
In fact, the one that comes closest would be Strange Brew, in that it's not your typical summer outside having the same IPA or lighter beers. This is an opportunity to really showcase their talents in making something unique. And working with local coffee companies to do so. We have Cafe Cocina here, we have Coffee Oasis, Delano's is everywhere. It's an opportunity to showcase these different coffee shops in our community, while also inviting breweries from throughout the state to come and be a part of that as well.
Well, I can tell you that being a coffee fest, I would go because I'm not a beer drinker.
Okay.
so I like the idea. I mean, I've had coffee beers before and they were really good. Am I missing? I don't see a breakdown of the budget in the application packet. It's it's the description sheets, and then it's the tax return.
I have to look.
I did send 2 applications, and I believe one of them has it in it for sure because I pulled my stuff from it today.
Okay.
Let me look. I'll look at it, and when I get back, I'll see if I can put it.
Yeah, because this one just basically talks about the cornhole one.
Yeah, it's the org event description, then it's the tax return, and then the insurance.
I only see one in here, Glenn. one Port Orchard chamber.
And he did send two because I communicated with him.
Okay.
So it made me, I uploaded the wrong one.
What, can you tell us what
Can you
the,
tell the categorizations?
kind of how you're?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I pull it up?
Sure.
Because I
No, we
want
want
to
you
look
to
at it.
remember.
Yeah.
No, you're supposed to have this memorized already.
After
To
6
get it
months
down
on
to
the
the
job.
That's a
Yeah.
lot going on. The city
Yeah.
LTAC was due last week too, so.
So that's another question. Are you asking Port Orchard for a?
Yes, but not with having to do with these events.
Okay.
Yeah,
So just Kitsap LTAC for these two events?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, so kind of. I mean, cornhole, our cornhole event is something that we've done 5 years, but we're expanding upon it, and we're hopefully partnering with other entities to do the preliminaries, and then the final would be the giant tournament that we do at the end. That's the one that I really want to advertise for the most, and then it gives an opportunity for people to, even if they want to come and watch the finals, there's also going to be a like a visitor tournament going on at the same time, so people will then still get to play even if they're not in the finals.
So I see something, but I don't know if this is it. It says scope of work and then it has a list, but it doesn't have money attached to it.
Then it might not have saved right, which is my fault, because it was in Excel and it should have been with the breakdown of the scope of work, which means it didn't put in and I don't have my laptop on, so I can't answer that question. I apologize.
Generally speaking, categories, how about that?
Yeah, so categories, advertising, there's different general supplies with cornhole. One thing that we do is we provide different beverages and stuff throughout the day, and so we typically have bought that from Kitsap Pride, from leftovers from their events. Our big one is advertising. I mean, whether it's Spotify ads, Facebook ads, or Meta ads, and then of course also, like I said, I'm looking into a billboard as well, and then print material for each event, and then buying the prizes for each of the events as well.
So how many, you've been doing it for 5 years, how many do you feel have been outside of Kitsap County?
So this last cornhole, I would say almost half of our teams were outside of Kitsap County, which was really cool. I mean, in fact, two of the first tier teams, or no, one in the first tier, in tier A, and one of the teams in tier 2 were from outside of Kitsap County, and each team got one trophy. Each team called the company that we worked with to get those trophies made, and paid for themselves to get another trophy because they didn't want to share a trophy. But we're seeing more and more people come from outside of Kitsap to participate, but even more so come watch. We had people that had flown in from Tennessee to watch their kids, their son and his wife play.
Wow.
Where would the billboard be located?
So I've been looking either at Gorst, which is a fairly well-seen billboard, but then also I've been looking at one on I-5. So, getting a chance to do some more promotion outside of Kitsap to draw people in.
Holy smokes. Is that expensive?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably not realistic, but Gorst definitely is. There are other options too. I've seen them range between $3,000 and like $8,000 for a month. And so it really depends. And then you have to pay to have the vinyl made for the billboard as well. And then with that too, the hope is to do some radio advertising as well. So we did some Spotify ads last year for our, or this year for our cornhole tournament, and it brought between, I think it was 10 and 15,000 listens. I mean, so there's an opportunity for people to hear what's going on.
Do you currently use radios? Like
we have not. We have not, but I have spoken with the Paulsbo Chamber of Commerce, and they use that for Viking Fest, and has been fairly successful for them.
I like your coffee and brew idea.
Thank you.
That's pretty cool.
I will say it stemmed from two things that I love more than a lot of other things on this planet. It's coffee and beer. I will also say it was an idea I had while I was working at Coffee Oasis. I fundraised for them for 5 years before coming to the chamber. And so it was an idea I was working on trying to piece together for Coffee Oasis, but now I get to be selfish while still promoting them too, because I want their coffee to be showcased.
Yeah. It's not like we don't have 17 director coffee spots here just in Port Orchard.
Yes.
So, not complaining.
Yes.
Any other questions? I see Justin is online. Justin, did you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Okay. Thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute you again.
That will conclude our session. Thank you for coming in.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Kingston, at least. I've got the energy.
Yeah.
More candy.
Yeah, and they're gonna be online.
Oh.
That's what they told me.
I'm gonna pause the recording till the next interview.
Okay, we're back. Our next presentation today is Kingston Historical Society. So just to let you know that this is the 2025 lodging tax advisory committee. We're discussing the distribution of $1.3 million. This year we have 24 applicants with a total ask of $4.1 million. So presentations are being completed today and tomorrow, and at the conclusion of the presentations tomorrow, we will move into deliberations where we discuss how to disperse the funds. The session is open to the public. You're welcome to join in on Zoom or in person if you'd like. There'll be no commentary, but you'll be able to listen in if you'd like. As for your presentation now, you're going to have 10 minutes to present to the committee. And Vicki here is going to keep the time, and she'll give you kind of some hand signals to let you know where you're at.
Okay.
And on the conclusion of that 10-minute presentation, there'll be a 10-minute of questions and answers from the committee to you. Answer any questions that they may have. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, Ed, the floor is yours.
Stay attendee. Hello.
Can you see us? Hear us?
No, we can hear you. I tried to promote you to a panelist, but it was declined.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and speak. You don't have to see us. Our project is entitled Hometown Reunion 2. And we're requesting $3,000. You should be somewhat familiar with our historical society. We were given a grant in 2022. We're very small. We're all volunteer. We have no physical place. And so we fulfill our mission of preserving, recording, interpreting, and displaying the Kingston history by holding events or coordinating with other agencies on events. This past February, we held Hometown Reunion 1 to help us collect information, photos, and family stories from descendants from early settlers. We were expecting 35 people and we had 80 show up. And the primary comment afterwards was, you've got to do this again. So our proposal is to give us the means to hold a Hometown Reunion 2. And I don't know how detailed you want us to go into, but we do have to rent the facilities to hold this. Last time, our membership donated food, and this time we feel that that's too much of an ask of our members. So we would want to hire a light buffet. We'd need tablecloths and coffee, and we need to do a mailing and a promotion. And we'd like to tie it to a publication of a history book on early settlers. But that's being done by a book committee, a very small book committee. So we're not sure exactly the time when that can be completed, so we don't have a date of the Hometown Reunion 2.
Can they still hear us?
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Now we can see you.
Okay.
Okay, what's going on here?
On our end, we keep going in and out here, so we're not sure how much you're getting. So I know it's a very small request. We're a small organization, and I know we have plenty of time left, but that's about, gives you a comprehensive picture of it. So if you would like to spend time asking questions, then I can give you more of a picture that you might like.
Okay. I have no idea what's going on with this link here.
So next is, we'll move into some questions from the committee, if there are any. We do have one committee member online who's joined us as well. So Justin, I'm gonna just start out with you since you're unmuted.
You guys
Justin, you're cutting out quite a bit. I don't know if you're moving. There?
Can you hear me now?
There
Can
we
you
go.
hear me okay now?
Yep.
Yes.
There we go. Okay. So my clarification that what we're asking for the $3,000 is basically just to help facilitate putting on this event for the Historical Society. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That was my other question.
Okay. About the last one. What are
Oh,
the
we
80
did.
families? Okay.
Yeah, we did talk about that. Yeah.
So it sounds like you have done one of these events before, and you had, what, 70 some people came?
About 80, yes.
Did any of them come from out of the Kingston area? And maybe stay overnight at a hotel or
Well, at the time, we didn't think to do a survey. We just had people's names and we did have them sign in and we had packets for them. So they knew where they were coming from. A number came from Spokane. Another group came from across the water. And then there were a lot of locals. And because we didn't survey them this last time, we don't know if any stayed in lodging. My suspicion is from the families that I know that they stayed with extended families, whether they came long distance and came and stayed in Federal Way, or we had one person who lives in Hawaii who came, but she was staying with her daughter in Seattle. So that's the big overline, is that first option for them will always be probably to stay with extended family. It depends on how attractive the second one is for them to come. The word has gotten out about this first one. We've had people from Idaho, from Tennessee, who've said, oh, I'd love to come, but whether they really do, will not know until the actual event and when we survey them.
Yeah, I would assume that maybe in your invitation, you might include some of the options that for hotels or that are in the area.
We can certainly include that.
Yeah. A lot of the hotel chains are in Poulsbo. The hotels, the lodging options really local to Kingston are the Point Hotel and then bed and breakfast. Is there another question?
Nope, I guess that's it.
No more questions. So
Short and sweet.
short and sweet. Okay. Are we to log off now?
Yep,
You're all done.
You're all done. We thank you for your time for participating and presenting to us today.
We
Thank you.
appreciate your
Consideration.
consideration.
Thank you so much.
Much needed. All right, thank you.
You want to push those things out today?
Yeah. Oh, I guess that does conclude our first day, unless somebody wants to jump on and do one more presentation for us.
Yeah,
or 2 or 10. Otherwise, we'll be regathering tomorrow with our first presentation tomorrow morning is the Washington State Science and Engineering Fair starting at 9 a.m. And yes, I see that. But and then we will conclude tomorrow afternoon by 5 o'clock.
Thank you, everybody.